Hello, wonderful people. We are live. We are here again today because you guys requested for it. Let's see if this light can shine brighter. Because as you know, I got lights here. Don't think it's my moisturizer that's just shining. These are lights. Like, these are lights. Whoo! I'm liking the green against green. Let's make sure. Oh, we already have people here. Hello, tell us who you are. Tell us where you're joining from and tell me if you can hear me. I'm just going to I'm setting up my monitors in the different areas so that I'm sure that I can hear myself and I'm looking okay. So. Okay, so my first monitor is going to be sitting here. Oh, there you go. Let me get my second monitor. Come on, sit there. So we're back. We are back. Who can hear me? Who can see me? Say hello. Tell me where you're joining from. Give me a thumbs up. I can see you guys are joining. This is really going to be fun tonight. Oh, wow. We already have 5 people. If you can see me, if you can hear me, hello and welcome back to my channel. It's your girl Vymart. How are you doing? So today we're going to be talking a lot about immigration. I'm going to be your host, Vymart, aka Vivian. I'm going to be telling you everything you want to know about my immigration story. So if you're here for it, grab your dinner, grab your water, type all your questions, and we're going to dive right into it. So Chichi Dagogo, welcome. Where are you joining from? Tell us in the comment section. Martha, thank you. Welcome. Martha is joining us from Austria, and she wants to know what kind of courses do you take if you're studying HR as a first degree? Brilliant question. Kelechi Onye Diala. Oh my God, everybody's Nigerian on this table today. You guys are going to help me be relaxed. Kelechi Onye Diala, hello. Chichi and Kelechi, please tell us where you're joining from. If you have not subscribed, please come out of the live chat, click subscribe, give my video a thumbs up. I haven't seen any thumbs up yet, but this is our tradition. If you're part of and you're watching it, tell us where you're joining from, and please give my video a thumbs up. Like, thumbs up. Don't take my thumbs up with you. Oh, Boma. Oh, yes. Boma is the author and the concluder of this life. But today, we're going to get straight into it. Well, Kelechi is joining from Port Harcourt. Welcome. How is Port Harcourt today? How is the weather today? Are you subscribed? Please click the subscribe button. Click that button. We are live. 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 I'm looking soft. I shall be visiting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm liking the green on my skin. You know, I like to wear dresses when I have coaching clients, right? So this is what gives it away. I had a coaching client today, and God, the result was so good. Like, today is not about my coaching journey, so let's not get carried away. But yeah, that's where the dress. Otherwise, maybe I'd have worn. I was planning on wearing Ankara as I did yesterday, but I didn't. So we're here. Kelechi said Port Harcourt is rainy and cold. Oh, yeah. Today is sunny in London. Interestingly, tomorrow is going to be about the same weather as Nigeria. So tomorrow we're going to be working in our bikinis. It's Friday, so we're going to be doing whatever we need to do to keep body and soul together. So if this is your first time, you're very welcome. I'm guessing that you're interested in my immigration journey. So please subscribe and do me a favor, tell 5 people. As you're on here right now, just do a screenshot, advertise it on your WhatsApp story, your Instagram, and your Facebook. Just tell 5 people. Who's going to help me tell 5 people that we are live? Just tell 5 people, because I'm building this up because I'm hoping that this is going to be a series. You guys are going to be asking me questions. I'm going to drop my email in the comment section in a bit so that you can send me all your immigration career questions. And from now till the end of August, I want to dedicate as many live streams as you guys need. In fact, the suggestion that came through last 2 weeks, last 2 live stream was that I should do a live stream every day in August. And I'm like, who wants to be watching me do a live stream every day? But if you guys want it, I'll be happy to do it because I want to do it. I want to be more on my YouTube channel this month of August. So please subscribe, tell 5 people, help me tell 5 people, your WhatsApp, your friends, your family, just tell them to join. Tell them we're talking about relocation to Nigeria, immigration, all the gist, you know how it goes down. And one of the feedback I got yesterday, which really got me to be thinking, and honestly, I want to start by apologizing because I did not know there was need for this information. I did not know, or I knew, but I didn't think anybody wanted to hear it because people never really ask me. I don't know. And maybe because we're talking 14, 15 years ago, and building until now, I just didn't know whether there was a need. But yesterday brought back a lot of memories. And I'm so glad that Boma asked the question because we're here. We're doing this. So, oh, hey, Boma girl. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are not late. Like, late, kid. You are late, girl. You're only like 7 minutes in and we're just arranging the party. Everybody is giving me my thumbs up in my video and telling 5 people that we're live. So do me a favor, tell 5 people who you know will be interested in this topic that we're live. And then come back here, tell me in the comment section that you've told 5 people, and then start to pop your questions because we already have the first question, which I'm going to try and pin. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I don't want to put the moderator in timeout by mistake. Okay, so we have a first question. We have a first question. So I want to see who has told 5 people, and then we can start. If you have told 5 people, we can start. So tell me in the comment section, have you told 5 people? If you've told 5 people, we're about to start. We're about to dive in straight into it. Dive straight. This is not your Google edition. This is a human being telling you how they did it so that you can weave in your own story. And hopefully you'll be able to make a better decision because the one thing I hope, and I put it in the comments here today, the one thing I hope is that people make better decisions coming out of listening or joining one of my live chats, especially when it comes to immigration, because to Boma's point yesterday, she's been searching YouTube and I've seen that there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube, but the detail is lacking, which is why I've decided that a live stream is the best option because we can just sit here, we can chat. And don't worry, I am prepared to be here for as long as I need to be. Yesterday, we were here till almost midnight. Yeah. So there's 7 of us here. Oh my God. It's not even 10 minutes yet, and there's 7 of us here. Today is about to be late. So balance because we're about to gist, and I'm about to tell you as it is. So nobody's telling 5 people. I can't see anybody saying, I've told 5 people so we can start. Come on, guys. Come on, girls. Come on. Tell the 5 people. Tell the 5 people, and let's make a start. We already have a question in the tag, and that's the question we're going to start with. But I need you to tell 5 people on your Instagram. If you do it on Instagram, please tag me, because then I can repost. If you're doing it on Instagram, please tag me at Vymart, and then I can repost. And yeah, we can start. Oh, today is about to go down. Like today. Oh, you've told more than 5 people already. Boma, you are the MVP. You are the MVP. You are the MVP. Honestly, wherever this series goes, Boma, I am always going to remember that you actually started this. You are one of the pivotal people that started it. So thank you very much. So now let's talk. Who else is told 5 people? Come on. There's 7 of us on here. Who else is told 5 people? Who else is giving me a thumbs up? Only 2 people have given me a thumbs up. Who's told 5 people? Because I just realized that actually it takes people to help you grow your channel, and it takes people telling people. So I'm making it my mission to encourage you guys to tell the people in your world, because they know you, they trust you, and so they will believe you when you recommend me. And if this is useful for you, then you can recommend me. It's 11 minutes past. Shall we start? Shall we start? Shall we start? Father Lord, we are about to lay it all out. Help us. Amen. Chichidayo, thank you more. Thank you. More information is really deep. Yes, Chichi, we are about to go down, 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 down. Okay, the thumbs up are coming up. I'm not seeing everybody giving me thumbs up, so please give me my thumbs up. Give me my thumbs up. Give this video a thumbs up. To give a thumbs up to the actual video, not type it in the chat, you need to come out of this live chat, and then you can see the thumbs up sign, and then you can click that and come back here. Right. So Martha, are you ready for us to answer your question? Are you ready? Is you ready? Is you here and ready for us to answer your question? So Martha's question is, hi, I'm watching from Austria. What kind of courses do you take when you are studying HR as a first degree? Now, yes, you're very ready. Brilliant. Thank you. Now, what kind of course do you study HR as a first degree? There is a degree in HR, actually. There is humanities as an option. And the disclaimer I need to put out here is my HR degree is at master's degree level. So it was not a first degree. But having done a master's in HR and then worked in HR for a fair bit, 14 years or so, I can look back and think, can one study HR as a first degree? You can. Of course you can. But then I wonder, what do you want to get out of it? And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. Because human resources has a lot of elements. But one of the deepest or most, in my view, most important elements of human resources is the psychology of human beings. So from my point of view, if you ask me, if I was to give advice on what to study, if you want to take up HR as a career for first degree, I would encourage you to study things like psychology, something to do with humanity, I can see Kelechi's question, and something to do with, there's another course, I always get it wrong, so I'm going to Google it. It's called anthropology, and I think that's the study of humans. Anthropology, yeah. Anthropology. Anthropology, yes, that's the right word. is the scientific study of humans, human behavior, and societies in the past and present. So if you bring two people, one person studied human resources management, there's a lot of facet to it, yes, and the other person studied psychology or behavioral science or anthropology. I probably think the person that probably has a more practical, depending on the university and how the course was studied, a more practical the person that has a more practical understanding of humans is not the person that studied HR. Because my experience of studying HR was as follows at master's degrees here in the UK. It was a combination of accounting for managers, maybe because it was international business and human resources management. There was accounting, there was personnel management, there was international laws, international business, international trading. There was a bit of everything. But when I speak to people who studied anthropology or behavioral sciences or humanities, they went deep into the understanding of the psychology of humans. So from that perspective, my point of view is I would rather want to study the psychology of human beings, because at the end of the day, you want to be able to understand how to deal with human beings, even though you know how to deal with human beings because you're human and you have friends and family, but in a professional sense. And one of the other things that you could actually study to be able to practice HR is law, because at every point of human resources management, especially in your early stages, there is a lot of employment law. There is a lot of labor law. In fact, I remember my first few days of studying HR, of not studying HR, of being starting my career in HR. I even saw the textbook recently. I bought a textbook of the basics, the 101, the evolution of employment law. I just had to read it cover to cover, and it was this big because I wanted to understand how come about human resources and how the implication of what you do might have an implication in law, in which case you want to be careful how you treat people, you want to be fair, what sickness means, what disciplinary means, what grievance and coming to, what the law actually says, how the law came about. So there's all these other courses that I feel like you would want to look at to be able to practice HR. What does that sound? Do you have any other question so that I can continue? And in the meantime, Kelechi's question is, what of a vocational course in the UK? Now, there are so many courses that you can study in the UK. Thanks to Miss Rona, it's now all online, at least for the foreseeable future. If the vocational course, I'm guessing that the vocational course would be something that you would want to work with in the UK, then which field are you looking to do a vocational course in? Tell me. And because in my view, to actually buttress my point, I feel like some courses are more vocational than they are what you should go and do in a theory perspective in university. Excuse me. Human resources is one of those courses where when somebody tells me they're going to study HR, I'm like, do you need to study HR or do you just need to go and work in the HR department and start as an administrator? That's my point of view, because I realized that after having a master's degree, I started from ground up as a HR administrator and I worked my way up. I contracted a lot, so I moved around quite a bit between companies, but half of the things I was taught in my master's degree did not apply. I'm not going to lie. It didn't apply until 5 years into. Yeah, it did not apply. It was like, what are we doing here? Why did I study? Why did I need to do a master's degree? So how I interpret my master's degree was, it was an entry into the UK, even though my goal was not to stay. But more importantly, it was a confirmation that I have a brain cell, that I'm intelligent or I'm smart enough. That's what my master's degree did. Up until I started doing change management, and by change management, I mean restructure, redundancies, and all of those fancy stuff in HR, I didn't think about anything I did in master's. That's my experience. So to answer your question of vocational course in the UK, what field is the question? So Kelechi is saying, do you know anything about immigration to Ireland? No, I don't. I don't, but what I have heard, I've actually never been to Ireland, as next door as it is. I have traveled across Europe. I've never actually been to Ireland. What I've heard is their immigration system is probably lighter than the UK. Now, this is what I have heard. I can do some research and I can bring somebody on here who's actually lived in Ireland, immigrated to Ireland, and maybe will be happy to share their story. So let me know if that's something you'd be interested in. Chichi said, I studied geology as a first degree. Oh, wow. But in oil and gas, it's slowly phasing out. That's true. My passion is in research and development. Is HR a good and viable option as per an entry to the UK? To answer that question, I might sound vague, but I'm being vague on purpose. Any course is a good and viable option as an entry to the UK, as far as you can create the relationship. Because I believe that universities, my university, and I'll tell you the story in a bit, as long as you can create a correlation between your first degree and what you want to study as master's. So I'll give you an example. I dabbled into medicine for a few first and maybe a bit of second year, just under 2 years or 2 years, shall we say, or two, whatever, 2 years. I ended up coming back from medicine. My school didn't have accreditation at that point. I ended up, it wasn't something I wanted to do. It was more pressure from parents wanting me to be a doctor or wanting a doctor in the family. And I ended up studying microbiology. So I have a degree in biological sciences, microbiology specifically. And I have a master's degree in human resources management. Now, how do those two correlate? So Chichi, I'm trying to give you a story to help you understand what I meant by, is it a viable option? Any degree can be a viable option. Now, I'll tell you how mine was able to correlate. I have a degree in microbiology, but I knew that science wasn't something I wanted to pursue. In fact, before I came to do my master's in the UK, I was pursuing the option of doing an MBA, which in my view is a very silly, it's so silly to want to do an MBA with no work experience. Like, who does that? That's something I'll come back and talk about. You don't have work experience and you're doing MBA, you're just reading for the tutor and you're just going to pass and you're going to look even more silly, in my view, when you come out of university with an MBA with no work experience. Because MBA is supposed to go with many years of experience and then you go and do an MBA. But I totally understand that sometimes it's just an entry to a first world country. So when I did my first degree in microbiology and did my and I was applying for a master's degree in HR, I was able to show a correlation. And this is where the little things that you do every day actually counts. So when I did apply to the Montfort University in Leicester, I actually did something. So you write a statement to confirm. You write a statement. Cynthia said, "Buma, your friend is sharp." I don't know if you're referring to me, but that made me laugh. And hello, I've just seen Cynthia Raymond. Welcome. Hello from Port Harcourt. Welcome. Please type your questions relating to career and immigration in the comment section, and I'll take it as we go along. So when I did, you write a statement. You're asked to write a statement as to why you want to study the course. Now, let me tell you something, guys, about that statement. Oh, yes, me, thank you. A lot of the time when people are asked to write statements, I cannot stress this point enough. Whether it's for an interview, whether it's for a master's degree admission, whether it's for an MBA, whatever the statement is, do you know that that statement is actually not a game? When somebody tells you write a personal statement, they're actually asking you for a personal statement because they want to believe that you have thought about this thing before applying. Yes? So there is a reason. So when they ask you for a personal statement, what they actually need is your personal reasoning. And I promise you, Nobody else has to know that reasoning. Nobody else has to agree with that reasoning. Nobody else has to believe that reasoning. Nobody else has to have had a combination of some reasoning before. This is what I came to understand when I studied abroad, because a lot of the time when somebody told me write a personal statement, I'm thinking, how can I write it in such a way that it pleases the listener? In this part of the world, my experience of studying, remember, I've done my master's in HR. I've also now just finished financially. I've also recently professionally qualified as a coach. So I'm a life coach and I have a certificate, which I studied hard for this year to do. So I've now been able to understand that when somebody tells you to write a personal statement, they want to hear your story. They want to see your uniqueness. They want to know what makes you tick. So when my university asked me to write a personal story, this is what I did. As part of my national service, so I did NYSC in Nigeria. Before NYSC, I'd never lived in the North. I've never moved away from the South, or I've lived in the East for a bit, but I've never been to the North. So I actually worked it. You know, in Nigeria, you can work your NYSC. So I worked it so that I can make sure that I was transferred somewhere that I'd never been before. And I chose to go to Kaduna. Thank you. Thank you, Boma. So I chose to go to Kaduna. When I went to Kaduna, I served as a microbiologist in the laboratory of the military camp that I was in. And it was a brilliant experience. On top of that, there was this course, and I don't know if anyone has done NYSC here. Please let me know in the comment section. There's this course that I did. Oh God, what is it called? Something in management. Certification in management and certification in business administration. Something along those lines. There was 2 certifications that it was going around during my NYSC time. Now I'm talking about 2013. Is it? Is it 2013? I don't know. I can't remember the days. I'm really sorry. The years, yeah. No, it can't be 2013. 2003. Yes, 2003, because I'm thinking 2013. I was already here. So 2003. So, you have done NYC. Thank you, Chichi. So I did this course called something in certification in business in management, and something CIM, and something else. Nigerian Institute of Management. Thank you, Chichi. So those 2 courses were going around when I was doing my NYC, and I thought, what would it hurt? You go for a few classes, you read up, and you write the exam. And I wrote those 2 exams. Did you know? Again, going back to my point around personal statements, did you know that was my outlet to actually being able to convince my university that I will be able to do a master's degree in business, even though my first degree was in microbiology? So here's how my personal statement went. I'm going to try and turn Instagram now so people know that we're live and they can join us briefly. So here is how my personal statement went. Honestly, I want, if you don't take anything away today, I want you to stop gaming the system. Because what you don't realize is that your uniqueness is important, especially if you're considering studying abroad. It does not help you to game the system. What actually helps you if you're studying abroad is to weave your story. Tell us what you're thinking, because we will be able to see through your eyes and be able to decide, hang on a second, there is sense to what this person is doing, in which case we're going to give her a chance. Because I'm a firm believer, and that's why I trained to be a coach, that anybody can do anything if given the opportunity. So when I did my personal statement, here's how it went. I studied microbiology in my first degree. I would like to do human resources because I see microbiology as a course in sciences that you can work in. Is industry agnostic. And I'll tell you what that English means. That English means that you can work in any industry. You can do food microbiology, you can do laboratory, you can do medical, you can do agriculture. There's so many paths that you can work as a microbiologist. I did not want to be limited to an industry. So I said, when I did my research, I also see human resources that as a place, a course that is not industry, that's industry agnostic, in the sense that you will always need humans, not until today where you have robots, right? You would always need humans in every industry. So I want to be able to do a course in the equivalent of science that gives opportunity to have humans. Again, now that's a good argument that I'm looking for industry agnostic, which means I want to be able to work in whatever industry. There was now the question of the how. The question of the how is, how are you going to be able to make this happen, seeing that you don't have a degree in business? That was when the Institute of Management certification came in. So I then said to them, to be able to prepare myself for this, I'm just finishing my National Youth Service. And as part of my National Youth Service, there was opportunity to do 2 certifications, and I jumped on it. And here is my certificate. I passed. I got my admission like that. I didn't know anybody. Nobody spoke on my behalf. That was my personal statement. And you know why I'm encouraging you to be true to yourself when you write personal statements? This is nearly 17 or 16 years later. I can still remember because it was my story. Now, before I wrote that story, I was not encouraged to actually tell my story. If you studied in Nigeria, you know that nobody's encouraging you to say it as it is. Everybody is looking for the model. So in which case, whatever the model is, that's what everybody's going to gravitate towards. But I'm saying to you, if you come here to hear and understand from me what it means to study abroad, I would say one of the things that you need is to be true to your story. So when you write your personal statement for whatever reason, whether it's a job, whether it's an interview, whether it's an essay, whether it's for an admission, be sure to take a step back and think about why you're actually doing this thing. And you can be as basic as, I just like the sound of it. Because what the person reading it wants to see is, what is your motivation? Because with what I've explained to you, I want to believe that you will be able to see that. You will be able to see that I clearly want to study something. I clearly don't want to continue. Sorry, bear with me. I clearly don't want to continue in the sciences, but I want to study and I'm curious. And one thing that was sure, I didn't want to be stuck in one industry. And let's say for whatever reason, somebody was curious and they wanted to, and they followed my journey since my first degree through to doing my master's and all my work experiences, they would have noticed that I was right. Because I think I've worked in 4 industries. And till date, I've worked for 7 companies in 14 or 13 years that I've been in HR. So you can see my story adds up. The story adds up. So my personal statement was how I was able to convince my university that I wanted to study, and here is why. Now, there's another question that people have asked me recently about, which agency do you use to study abroad? When I came here, it was still relatively new that people left Nigeria to study abroad, right? And a lot of agencies were minting money out of us Nigerians because we want to study abroad. And I'll tell you why. First of all, there was no internet then, so it's not like today where everything is on your handheld device. You had to go to cafes, but those agencies also banked on the fact that you could not be bothered to do your research. You could not be bothered to read for yourself. Me, that you're seeing here today, I did my application by myself. I corresponded with the university by myself. I went to the bank to pay the fees by myself. I applied for visa by myself. I went to the interview for my visa by myself. And I brought myself, okay, my parents escorted me when they were coming here. But I came here. Yes. So please, I would want to encourage you that if you're going to study abroad, do your research. Agency, what the agency is telling you. See, the agency does not have power to approve your visa. They probably will give you people's experiences. But remember, everybody's experience is unique. So that's one thing I also wanted to say. So keep typing your questions. Let me see what I have missed. So, do you know anything about immigration in Ireland? I said no, but I can ask people who know. If you'd like to hear that, we can do that, because I'm hoping that this would be a series of live, because I don't think I want to do a video about this. I want you guys to ask me the question to draw the answers out of me, because if I sit down to do a video, I might not remember all the nuggets that I want to bring. Mama said, we are here. We're serious here. Come and learn. Leave her sharp beauty alone. Okay. So, Nigeria Studio Management. Yes, thank you very much for that. So, Chichi Dagogo said, I didn't do those courses because I was heavily pregnant. Congratulations. I'm sure you had the baby. I'm guessing you had the baby. So, there is no, I don't think it's ever late. I don't think it's ever late to actually, if you want to do them. But before you do them, my question would be, why do you want to do it? Because I did it I didn't really have a why. I did it out of, everybody's doing it. I kind of guessed I would want to do a second degree because my parents were quite hung up on doing a further studies. But I knew that I wasn't going to be a scientist. Like I find science too serious and boring. Yeah, I find science quite serious and boring. I'm not going to lie. So maybe that was my hidden why, but I couldn't really articulate it to myself. So I wouldn't say it's over that because you didn't do it then you were pregnant. There are lots of courses online now that you can take advantage of if you feel you want to bring that correlation. So Martha said, please do the series on Ireland. It's very important. Thank you. Please bring them. Okay. So I'm going to look for an expert or somebody who has experience who's moved to Ireland to come and share with us another series. I'll add that to my checklist, to-do list. Thank you for asking that. Boma said, the visa you talked about after post-study visa, what is it about? The one you said you sponsored yourself. Okay. So there's two types of visa, and I think I might need Google, because I keep confusing myself which one is tier 1 and which one is tier 2. But there's two types of visa. One, you sponsor yourself. The other one, a university sponsors you. So let me just go back to, and I hope Google still holds it because these visas have changed from what they used to be called. So there was tier 1 visa UK. Blah, 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 blah. Graduate entrepreneur visa. Oh, that's not the one. So maybe mine was tier 2. Hold on. You can come to the UK with a tier 2 visa for a maximum of 5 years and 14 days. Or blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Tier 2 is the main route for working in the UK for skilled workers with a job offer. So yeah, so tier 2 is the one that a company sponsors you. So yesterday, for context, guys, yesterday we were talking about the visas that I had and how I got my British passport. And I said I was going to do a debut where I'll show you guys my British passport today, just to encourage anybody that really wants to travel that this thing is possible. You just need to get information and you just need to do it right. So I might bring it. If you want to see my British passport, leave a comment. Leave a comment and I can tell you. I can see a question that I like. How is life living in the UK? I will talk about that. So there's two types of visas. There's one that you self-sponsor and there's one that the company sponsors you. At the very basic level, the advantages and disadvantages I can see is the self-sponsor is you can work anywhere. So I contracted for a long time. So all I needed, it was my responsibility to keep renewing my visa every 2 years and 3 years and 5 years. Yeah? You want to see my British passport? Okay, let me finish the story. So there was a responsibility for me to renew my visa 2 years and 3 years and 5 years. Yeah? And I paid for them. And sometimes I paid a lawyer. I think most times I paid a lawyer, a solicitor, to actually look through my documents. In fact, the story that I don't know if I want to share was how a solicitor messed up my application and I was nearly deported. Yeah. So that British passport did not come easy. God. the experiences you get to live life. So, so I get to renew my visas by myself rather than a company. Now, what that means is that I can hop from one company to another. If you have a tier 2 visa, which is sponsored by a company, what that means for you is that you get to work for them. You are tied to them until you get your residence permits. And the visa stages, I think there's 4. But all and in all, I feel like everybody most people that studied or worked for people to get a British passport, you spend between 8 to 10 years to get a British passport somehow, unless you married for visa. That's not what I did. So I couldn't give you how that works. So when I had my tier 1, I paid through. But when you have the tier 2 that a company pays, they sponsor you basically. They pay for your application. They pay the solicitor. Most companies have in-house solicitors they work with that review your application, submit it. It's almost like it's smooth sailing. You just cross your feet and take your passport with high heels, and you just go to some appointment that's been booked on your day off that the company might even be generous enough to give you with all the documents that they piled up for you. And you just go with your high heels, or the days that I used to wear suits, with your suit, and you just go and submit it. And then you just be waiting because they'll reach out to the company. The company will confirm that they sponsored you. Your history is already there. You're already earning the salary bracket because the company has to pay you a certain salary if they're sponsoring you, and you are a needed skill. So you just get your visa renewed, residency, you get it, British passport, you get it, and then you can decide if you want to work with the company or not. In my case, there was no very high heels. It was fasting and prayer. Because the criterias, I always have 12 months until I will need to renew my visa. I've already made the list of what do I need. You need to show payslip. You need to be earning a certain amount. You need to be in work. You need references. So I was careful with each of my employment throughout when I was renewing visas. Because if you were renewing visa and you were out of work, chances are you need employment letter, reference letter. And if you don't have it, that's one criteria down and you could be bounced. And when you are bounced, if your visa is denied and you have been told that, and you can't reapply or whatever reason you don't reapply, the Home Office already have your address. So when they come and escort you out, they'll write to you and tell you how long you need to be before you leave the country. The other thing you need to know as well, that the disadvantage of when a company sponsors you is, for whatever reason that you're out of employment, you are sacked or for disciplinary, or the company folds up or whatever, the company needs to notify the Home Office, who will then notify you that your visa is no longer valid. And once it's agreed that your visa is no longer valid, you have 60 days to leave the country. So if a company sponsors you, there is the benefits. But when it goes down, there's also the disadvantage that the Home Office is waiting for you. Like, you gotta go. You really, really gotta go. So, so with the visas, from what I can remember, how mine was is so when I graduated, Boma confirmed yesterday that post-study work is back. You get a post-study work visa, which is 18 to 24 months. After post-study work visa, you apply for the next level. What if you get a job within that 60 days? Yeah, if you get a job, the company sponsors you, you put your application in, you're fine. If it's a company-sponsored one, or you now switch to sponsor yourself, at which point I think you might need a solicitor. And solicitors are not cheap, as we know, to be able to make sure that within that time. So I think whether a company sponsors you or you sponsor yourself, you're always on your toes when you have a visa. Most people that I've spoken to, we all have this, when we finally get the indefinite leave to remain. The day I got that indefinite leave lasts for, is it 8 or 10 years? But within 12 months later, you are eligible to apply for a British passport. As mine was completing 12 months, oh boy, I was already there waiting to collect my British passport. I don't want to hear that they changed the law. And in fact, they changed it on me, because as I was getting my British passport, we decided to leave Europe. There was Brexit. So I'm saying I have a British passport, but what use is that now? But I'm grateful, because at least my mind is relaxed on that. I don't need to renew visas. So the post-study visa comes automatically, even if you haven't gotten a job. Yes, from my experience, you need to check what is happening today. In my time, it was, I want to say automatic. There was a criteria, but it was very light. You have graduated and you have 800 pounds in your, this is 14, 15 years ago. You have 800 pounds in your bank account every day for 90 days. An easy way to do that 800 pounds is assuming that your visa fee was 1,200 pounds, which is 1,200, right? Just put that 1,200, save it before 90 days before your visa application is due. Put it in that bank account, leave it there. Once the 90 days finishes, print your bank statement out, apply, use that same money to pay for your application. I heard a few people, especially in my cohort, in my class, in my master's class, a few people were bounced. A few people didn't even bother applying because they were like, I'm going to be bounced anyway. So yeah, it's almost automatic. I feel like post-study work is one of the easiest visas you can get as far as you've met the I graduated criteria. But I know that it was taken off. So after post-study work, 12 to 18 to 24 months, you have the 2 years tier, the continuation, the skilled, highly skilled visa. That's for 2 years. And then you get another highly skilled visa for 3 years after that 2 years expires. So that gives you 5 years plus the 2 years of post-study work. That's 7 years. And then you get, and then your student visa, which sometimes some people have a year and a half or 2 years. So that's almost 9 years. You can see where the 10 years is coming from, right? And then after that second highly skilled visa, you get your residence permit, and after a year, you are eligible to apply for a British passport. So you can see plus or minus. In my mind, it takes about 8 to 10 years to get your British passport. So let me let you guys drop questions. I've seen Kelechi's question. Please, how is life in the UK? I'm very concerned about the cost of accommodation, feeding, and living. I saw some really tiny small houses for 700 pounds a week. Hey, Auntie me, I'm about to give you that gist. But let me bring my passport. Let me show you guys the gifts that I was given for living here for so long. Hold on. Gang, gang, who's ready? Oh my God, more people have joined. Hello. Ava, oh, welcome. Ava, you haven't missed much. We're about to debut my British passport. People said they want to see my British passport. And then we'll talk about cost of living. So Ava, welcome. Tell us where you're joining from. And please give my video a thumbs up. And everybody that's watching this, have you subscribed? If you have not subscribed, please, you're getting all this knowledge, this juicy tea from me. And you haven't subscribed. That's not nice now. Come on. So somebody asked the question. Let's ask the question of cost of living in the UK. But people want to see my British passport. So let's start with the one that you know. Who else has this passport? You can see I have money. I don't want to get to the airport in my country, my own country of birth, and be broke. So there's always this naira in my Nigerian passport. So this is not the passport I came to this country with. I think this is my third passport now since I've been here. Because when the days we used to have visas, oh God, I say it like it's ages ago. It wasn't long ago, I promise you. The days I had visas and I needed to get apply for Schengen visas, I had so many stamps because I love to travel. I'm just like, why will I be abroad and traveling is like 40 pounds, or here is 30 pounds, or here is 70 pounds, and I cannot go. So I had a lot of visas, and this is like my third passport. So this is my Nigerian passport. Say hello to your fellow Nigerians, according to our president. Fellow Nigerians, this is my Nigerian passport. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? I want to see drum roll. I'm enjoying this. I want to see drum roll. Who's ready to see the passports? The passport. The passport that's making all of us sit down here this evening to gist. So, that is it. See this thing right here? You see this thing right here? Yeah. You can see I'm not rich enough to put pounds here and let the pounds be sitting like I put naira here. Mba, I ain't doing that yet. But yeah, that is it. That is what we spent so many years with, so many applications. Application declined. Had to go to court. Apply, work, plan my visa, plan my application time, plan to make sure I'm on a job. I remember once I moved cities, so I changed jobs and I had 2 months to renew my visa. And I remember praying that job, that contract was for 4 weeks. I prayed so hard, I worked so hard. And the contract kept getting extended. What they did not realize was that they were extending my contract for me to be able to apply, to be able to put my application for my visa in, and then they extended it to the point that I actually applied and then got my further highly skilled visa. They did not understand the struggle. They will never understand. So Kelechi said, how did you feel when you saw your name on the passports? I guess the question is, how do I still feel when I see my name on the passport? Nationality, British citizen. Eh? Who? Me? That was not the plan. When I was coming to do my master's degree, like 9 other of my friends that we were quite close during that master's degree, all we planned, well, most of us, what we wanted to do was come here, do a master's degree, head back to Nigeria. The goal was never this. In fact, I used to say then that Kelechi said, Kimo, you must know Tomike Adeoye, because that's Tomike's words. The goal was not to live here, but I went to Nigeria and I knew that I needed to come back. That's a story for another day, because if I share that story, I might get a little bit spiritual. But the goal for me when I was coming to do my master's degree, when I used to see people with red passport, I used to think, everybody to his own. But yeah. And what this means, by God's grace, is that my children have access to this passport. Generations after them have access to this passport. They will no longer be first generation immigrants. I've already done the first generation for them. So that's my passport. Yeah, what did I feel? Because you do a ceremony, you go and do a ceremony, you swear allegiance to the king, to the queen, sorry, to be able to get your British passport. And there was a few people I told when I was going for that ceremony, because not everybody will understand the reason, the emotion behind getting a British passport. Not everybody was going to understand, but I understood that it was a journey. I remember when one of my applications, not my residency, not my British passport, but one of my highly skilled visa applications, my passport was already with the Home Office for this application, and my father died. In fact, that was the same time my visa was denied. I remember desperately wanting to go for my father's funeral. And I had a choice whether to pull out my application so that I can go for my father's funeral and be there when he's laid to rest. Because, well, as far as I know, I was my dad's favorite. I had that choice and I battled with it for so long. But I decided not to pull out my application. And the day that they sent me a letter to do a biometric test, which is almost the kind of confirmation that your visa is being approved, was the day my father was being laid to rest. So I knew that I wasn't going to pray enough for the visa to come fast enough, but God had a plan. And in the end, I didn't go. My visa came out. I went a year later, saw my father's grave, made peace with myself. So yeah, there's been journeys to get into here. So let nobody kid you that you come into the UK. See, everything you see on social media, I don't want to overstate it. It's the 1% of the life that you will get. You will get here and be likely confused as to why you came. You will get here and be wondering why all the money you saved in Nigeria, where is it going? So to the point earlier on where someone said, okay, Kelechi said, how is life in the UK? It is I'm not going to say expensive. Neither am I going to speak British English. I'm going to go deep Nigeria. I'm going to sound Yoruba with the H. It is expensive. Like, it is expensive. People might say compared to other countries in Europe, food is cheap. You can get food for £1, blah, 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 blah. It's not cheap to live here. It's not. It's not cheap to live here. You can get, especially if you see the culture, let's talk about the culture shock. You're coming from a country where we have community, like we live in a community. I mean, Nigeria, they say it takes a whole village to raise a child, right? Which means that I can live here and I can have breakfast in this neighbor. I can have lunch in the across the door neighbor. I can have dinner in the other neighbor. Here, everybody keeps to themselves. You might end up building a community, but even that, you ain't going to stroll to somebody's house and say, are they hungry? No, it doesn't work that way. They might not even be at home. The cost of living is high. Some of the wages are relatively high, depending on the jobs that you do. But your savings, no, unless you have an oil well in Nigeria, but if it's the regular savings, maybe you worked a job in a bank or you worked in IT and you save money and you came here, the money go finish. But that's not to say you won't survive. So let me not scare you by saying you won't survive. And then talking about small houses, prepare your mind. In the United Kingdom, our houses are small. You need to see me when I go to the States. I'm like, hey, see how so. When I go to Canada, I'm like, hey, Father Lord, how, why? Because our houses are very small and it's the nature of it. Oh, Korede, welcome. Oh my God, Korede, thank you for joining. I would like you to come in because I know that you just moved to Nigeria as well. I'm so glad that you're here because we can have a United States of America option as well. So you would be able to. So I love it when I see massive houses, but the houses here are very small because we don't have a lot of land. So, but you get used to it. I remember, so when I moved here, I don't know if you've seen my video where I said I went to, okay, my Q&A, I answered it where I went to Dubai. So I've been going to Dubai quite a bit to do business before I moved to the UK. So my first trip abroad was going to Dubai, a beautiful place with so much space and everything was just decorated and everything was like out of the picture. So that was what my mind was like when I was thinking about going abroad. Only for me to show up in the United Kingdom. I remember getting to the airport, it was really cold. So all I could think about was the moment I got into the taxi, I slept off. And then I opened my eyes hours into the drive and everywhere was just old. And I was like, eh? So I tapped my dad and I was like, Daddy, oh, my late father of blessed memory. I was like, Daddy, why are these very old houses? Because I recognize that one of our houses has bricks. like the UK. It then dawned on me that that's where my dad got the idea from. So if you're going to the UK, you're not necessarily going to see the most beautiful, magnificent edifice. No, you would see what I have come to appreciate as period buildings, like buildings that were here since 1200 and they're still standing. And I appreciate them now because I wonder how have they been kept standing. So our houses are small. It is expensive, but you can live in cities. Some cities are not as expensive. Some cities are easier to live in. Some cities. So when I lived in when I came to do my master's and I lived in Leicester, I didn't need to jump on public transport to go to many places. I walked everywhere I was going. I literally just walked. Like trekking was my business because Leicester wasn't massive. I lived in the city center or not far from city center. I lived in 3 different places. The farthest place I had to take a bus, but even the bus was like 10, 15 minutes. So I lived close to the city center. My office was in the city center. My university was in the city center. So where am I entering transport to? Even the bus fare for the whole county, so the whole area, or I don't know whether county translates to local government in Nigeria. Please correct me in the comment section if you live abroad and you know if the county sort of translates to local government. But the buses to go around the entire county was actually £40 a month. So at the time, my last job in Leicester, I think I earned well above average, if I'm going to be honest, because my outgoing plus rent plus transport plus tithes was a small chunk. I was a contractor. My career in HR has started to pay its dividends and all of that jazz. So that was it. How did I feel when I saw my name in the passport? Did you scream Holy Ghost? I cried. I was numb. I was just grateful. I mean, the only way to explain it is this. Finally. And the beauty of it is when you're walking back at the airport, before, when you have a visa, as you get to the airport, you're thinking, you're making sure your stories add up because they're like, so how long are you here for? You have to tell them the end date of your visa. And then when you tell them the end date of your visa, in your mind, you're like, if they ask me to leave on this particular day, will I actually leave? You know the answer is no, because you've already started this journey. You want to finish it. And then I remember once that I had a visa. I had a week. My visa was going to run out by a week, and I was coming back into the country. I was nearly thrown back at the airport. If you want to hear that story, leave a comment and I'll share that story. But I feel like it's a story for another day. So, but now, because I have a British passport, if I travel within Europe, I don't even get to an immigration officer. There is an electronic way to scan yourself in. I'm sure that you have that in the US as well. I just go and scan myself in and nobody asks me any question. But if I'm coming from outside of Europe and I encounter an immigration officer, it feels good when I hear welcome back. I'm like, that welcome home. Me and my brother, every time I'm traveling, I'll call him and be like, I will see you here, welcome home. Like, how? But to get here was no joke. So Chichi Dagogo said, trust me, that was a better option. A sacrifice was making. Yes, but I also am conscious that some people tried to make the same sacrifice and it didn't work. And it didn't work does not mean that this is the end of their life. I feel like we all have, our destinies have been planned. Is what I believe by faith, that all our destinies have been planned and it's going to work out. It might not make sense. So Akorede Bello say, how is it like Akorede Ajibade? Why do I call you Bello? Okay, I think I have a friend. I know someone who's called Korede Bello. Do I know somebody who's called Korede Bello, or is it a musician called Korede Bello? Please, I think my brain is adding stuff up this evening. So, how is it like job hunting in the UK? I can see more people are joining us. Please make sure you have subscribed. Give my video a thumbs up and then tell us in the comment section what's your name, where are you joining on from today, and what's your question regarding immigration and career. So Korede's question is, have I missed it? How is it like job hunting? It is hard. Like everything else. It's hard. Because, and I don't know for people who are on the call, but my experience was different in the sense that I did not necessarily have a work experience in the corporate environment before I left Nigeria. I had experience of running a business since I was age 8 or 9, but there was no office setting as such. So I know how to make money. I am an entrepreneur at heart. But do I sit in an office, sit still, work from a computer, greet everybody that comes, smile, have customer service attitude, and try and help people, know how to use a photocopier and a fax machine? No. I did the usual MIT, learning how to use Microsoft Word. You know, when you are bored on summer holiday and your parents send you to computer school and you learn how to use the keyboard. That's the most that I knew to do. So for me, it was a hassle, job hunting. I'll tell you my first HR interview, and tell me whether you would have hired me, because me, I will not hire myself. My first HR interview, my friend and I, we used to have this. So we created a HR Bible, which is, we will Google all the questions that you ever ask us for a HR administration interview, and we'll answer all the questions based on what Google has told us, and we'll rehearse it. So it was so good to have a buddy. So whatever you're doing in life, I think you should have a buddy. Everybody needs a buddy. So if you can find a buddy who is somebody who is in the same space as you, and you guys navigate this life together, it helps you, because there's no shame in the game. You're both learning together. So myself and my HR buddy, we were just come out of master's degree. Both went to the same university in Nigeria, actually, but different university for master's degree. We both wanted to pursue a career in HR. We both didn't have experience in HR. I think she had an experience of working in a call center, which was good. So we just used to, when she goes for an interview, she comes back, she knows that she has failed the interview. But what we always say to ourselves is, those interviews, even though we don't pass them, we'll remember the questions for the interview. So immediately after my interview, I go to the toilet of the office and I write down all the questions in my HR Bible. So my first interview that I remember, after my friend had done rehearsing with me, I had to have Googled. I need a notebook to demonstrate this, but I don't have a notebook in front of me. I literally went with the notebook like this. The interviewer was there. She would ask me, so how would you tell me a time when you've done this, and how would you blah, 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 blah. I will look at her, look at my notebook, flip to the page where I wrote the answer, look at the answer, and then voice it back to her. If you like, be laughing at me. I've laughed at myself years and years over again. I did that. And then when I finished this interview, I would go to my house. I would start praying in tongues. Father Lord, that job. Now, after so many years in HR, I'm like, what were you thinking? Who was going to hire you? Like, why should they hire you? So job hunting was tough at the beginning, but it got better. Because one thing I did was, because I'm a contractor, I quickly learned this act of selling my skill. So I went to most of my contract jobs selling. Most of my jobs, I knew 60% how to do, and 40% I had no clue. But I knew that I'm a hustler in my mind. If you give me the opportunity to step my foot into that place, I'm going to do that job. Just give me a few weeks, because day and night of the first 12 weeks of my job, I don't sleep. I am studying. I am asking questions. I am learning. And at the end of 3 months, it feels like I've been there 3 years. Quick learner is in my CV that I'm a fast learner, and I proved it over time. So job hunting became easier as I gained more experience, but it helped that I had a buddy. I had a support system of someone who was learning with me. And now if I look at job hunting today, I'm not saying this to brag, but I don't really prepare for interviews anymore. I go and have discussions. Before my interview, for me, interviews like public speaking, is like you having a conversation in my YouTube channel. I make sure I've eaten, and I make sure I have a good sleep. Because back to one thing I learned from writing my personal statement, being true to myself, is that people don't hire you as such for your skills anymore. They hire you for your gifts, and they hire you for your attitude and who you really are. Because most skills can be learned. I remember one of the jobs, which is one of the big consulting firms that I worked for. It was on my dream list. In fact, I used to say then that nobody in my village had ever worked in this consulting firm because I don't know anybody from Igbanke, where I'm from, who has worked there. But it was my dream to work there. And when I went there, I remember going for that interview and saying, it was 3-stage interview. It was really intense. And I remember saying to the lady, I know all of this part of the CV, of the job description, but I don't know this bit. And she was like, oh, we've done it for years and years. We have all the templates and we're going to train you. And immediately I came in, that was the middle of the time they were doing that process. And if I had lied on my CV, I would have been kicked out and my dream would have gone to shreds. But she introduced me to the team and said, hey, we have this new girl, Vivian. She doesn't know anything about performance management at the time. Now I am a guru in performance management, different types of processes. She doesn't know anything about performance management, but she's good in X, Y, and Z. So we're going to teach her. And people taught me and I learned. And I was there for 5 years. So let me see the comments. How is it like job hunting? Is it true that kids over 5 years attend school for free? I think so. Yeah, I think they attend the state schools for free. I don't have kids yet. But yeah, that's my understanding. Kennedy said, here in the US, houses are big. My studio apartments can be a room and a sitting area in Nigeria. Lucky you. Lucky you. Boma said, what was my first salary? What was my first salary? What was my first job? Journaling. So my first salary there was, was it? How can I not remember? Okay, I took a pay cut after that job, Abi. Yeah, I did. So my first salary would have been £16,000. Yeah, that was my first salary, £16,000, and that was for a job as a HR administrator. I mean, for me, that was, it was good enough. Yeah, that was my first salary. Because after then, like I said yesterday, during the live yesterday, I left there and went to another job where I took a pay cut, but that job was pivotal and still remains pivotal to my career, to the success of my career that I've achieved so far. That job was pivotal. So, hey, there's more people joining us. Please introduce yourself. So how much was my first salary? So I've just told you, I think it was £16,000. Where is the subscription tab? Kelechi, you don't know where the subscription tab is. Let me do a demo so you can see. So you're enjoying this so much that you want to subscribe. Oh, thank you. That makes me feel good. So if you go on, just click on my name, click on my channel, click on here, and then it will take you to my channel, and then you can subscribe. Yeah, so hello Banker, welcome. I didn't realize you had joined. Welcome, Banker. Banker said, that's my story, working in engineering but not originally an engineer. Banker, we want to hear your story. We genuinely want to hear your story. So selling yourself is so key. Telling them that I've got outstanding adaptability skill really works for me. Honestly, if you are ever a contractor, the one thing that you learn is selling yourself. Yes, I sold myself. I had to. I didn't have. Yes, I didn't have a choice. I had to sell myself, but I also knew I didn't lie to myself about the things I couldn't do. I knew the things I couldn't do, and then I worked on. So I would have it as a goal that in 12 weeks' time, these things that I have no idea about, that I can't do, I'm going to be a Noah's Ark, like a Noah of these things. So I would research, I would ask questions, but I minded where I asked questions. So I would not go to the person that hired me, who I have told I can do all these things, and kind of downplay what I couldn't do, apart from that interview that I told you about, and then go and say, please, how do I do this? No. I made friends. You see, this is my personality. It worked for me. So I made friends. So Boma said, your first salary working as a HR, yes, was £16,000. Yeah, that was my first salary per year. £16,000 per annum. That was my first salary. So yeah. So what are your other questions about immigration? Banke, somebody has a question about immigration to Ireland. They would like to know. And I know that you have that experience. Would you be happy to share? I would love for you to contribute. I would love if you don't mind. And because I know you personally, I can actually call you here without sharing your details, and you can talk so people can hear, because somebody asked the question about Ireland, and I said I will find somebody that that has this information. So I would love for you to talk about the immigration system in Ireland, if you don't mind. So let me know if you're open to talk about immigration to Ireland or questions that people have. That, oh my God, Banker is ready. Okay. So Ireland. Yes. So if you want to hear about uh, Ireland, please type in the comment section so that Banker can have your direct questions. I'm going to call Banker on the phone and put it here so that she can tell us. She can answer your questions. I'm so happy, Banker. Thank you so much. Thank you. I left Ireland 6 years ago, though. Yeah, that's fine, because I'm sharing stories of 14 years ago up until date. So we appreciate that things might change, but we want to know what you know, because I haven't lived in Ireland, so I don't know. So Chichi Dagogo say, what about moving along with the dependents? I know and I understand husband, sisters, relatives. That wasn't my situation, but I know that I understand that. I know and I understand that your relatives should be able to get the visa that you get. Your relatives should be able to get the visas that you get if you get a visa. Your spouse should be able to work or something, even though it might be limited. That's my understanding, but that wasn't my situation, so I couldn't comment for definite. And that's the disclaimer that I put at the beginning of this. These are just my experiences. For your personal circumstance, please research. Okay, so let me try and get Banker in. I'm so happy. Okay. So Banker, I'm about to call you now. So Banker, I will try to call you now. Oh my goodness, this is so cool. This is so cool. Like, I'm so happy you joined. So let me call you, darling. Let me call you, and I'll put you on speaker, and then we can go through questions. Let me just call you now. Da, 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 da. And remember, guys, whatever we are sharing are our experience. You guys said yesterday that one of the things you enjoyed from me sharing was that I went deep and I went detailed and I gave you the whole tea. Okay. So I am giving you the whole tea based on my experience, and Banker is going to do the same on Ireland. So Banker, I am ringing you. Hey girl, how are you? I'm good. Thank you so much for joining. Honestly, I put you on speaker now. I'm sure you might be able to hear. If you can hear Banker on the phone, please say hello in the comment section so that I can start to read the questions and we can hear about Ireland, because I don't even know so much about Ireland, but I hear it's softer in terms of immigration. I don't know. So we have Banker on the call, and we've already had some questions about Ireland. Okay, so Banker, they can hear you, so we can see some hello and welcome. So, question about Ireland from Martha is: what should one look out for when relocating with? When relocating, when can children start daycare or kindergarten? How much does it cost?
I will talk about my own personal experience because I actually moved to Ireland from Nigeria with children.
Okay, good.
They were really young. So the oldest was like 6 years old when I moved. The middle one was turning 3, and then my daughter was 10 months old. So they were really young. And in that time that I moved back to Ireland, I actually went back and I did my master's. So I had young children and I was also schooling at the same time.
Wow.
So yeah. So initially, because when I did my first master's, I had only one child.
Okay.
And he was like about a year old. It was actually not, it was about a year plus. It wasn't up to 2 years old when I started my master's. And I had to walk around him. So I put him in a daycare. Like I would drop him off in the morning, and I was a full-time student. So I would go to school, say 9 to 5, and then I would, get him after school. But the daycare was like a stone throw from where I lived, so it was really easy, and I was really friendly with the people. Were really friendly. Sometimes I wouldn't get back like say 6:30 on the dot. I know how it is like here.
Yes,
they are sticklers for timekeeping.
Yes,
but yeah, they knew me, and because I was like literally a neighbor to them. Sometimes they'll keep my child for like say 15-20 minutes extra without even charging me for that bit. Because of course they charge for every single thing. So if you are late, they will be charging you for lateness.
Yes.
But they never charged me once because I kept a good relationship with them, and of course I found favor with them. So that was my first master's. Now I moved back to Nigeria, came back again. By then I was pregnant with my second child. Actually, I went back when I was pregnant with my second child, and then came back again. Eventually, I moved back to Ireland finally. And then I started doing my MBA. So at this time, I had like 3 young children, the oldest being 6 years old. And I had to juggle 3 children with doing like my master's. But this time around, I wasn't doing full time. I was doing part time.
Oh.
Yeah, so it worked better for me. So I just found someone like someone local, actually a friend's daughter, because over here, a child who is about 16 years old can babysit your children.
Yes.
And it's allowed. So you don't have to pay too much for it. And because she was a friend's daughter, I paid her very little. She wasn't going to take money from me, but I forced her to take money from me so that, like young people, you have to give them an incentive. You have to make them want to do it sometimes. So I gave her something really small. She was more or less doing a favor for me anyways. So my lectures would start at 6 in the evening and finish at 9 p.m. at night. So it was for 3 hours every evening.
Okay.
And and I was able to manage. I came out like with outstanding distinction, my results. And
somebody please clap for Blanket. No, can somebody just clap for Blanket? 3 children, distinction, 3 little children.
Yeah, but I had to plan around that as well. Remember that
wow.
When I was doing my first master's, I had actually worked and I had saved up enough money. Because as you said, I've been listening to you, no matter how much you bring from Nigeria, it's never going to be enough.
No.
So for me, when I came back to Ireland, I worked, as in I was working and I wanted to pay for that master's by myself, even though I was already married.
Yeah.
And it was my dream, to do my master's. So, and a lot of the people that I was saying it to at that point in time, including my partner, he kept on saying to me that you have a baby, there's no point of you doing your master's now, just wait until the child gets older, So
can I just stop you? Can I just stop you, Banker? I just want to encourage everybody with kids. You've just heard Banker saying it was her dream. Because I've seen comments here like, oh, because I had my child so I couldn't do it, or I've been told I need to leave my child behind, or child this, child that. See, I know Banker personally, and I've met these kids. They're adults. One is even in university. So if Banker can do it, carry on.
Yeah. So that was a personal dream. So I had to work towards that. So I remember that I found a job, not so great a job, but it paid.
Okay.
And because I saved a lot of money, I even had the money to pay for the masters, as in all the money. you know, so I had that much.
So you had
because
paid all for your master's. So your fees was gone. You didn't need to worry about your fees.
Do you understand?
That helps because I think now what you need to worry about is upkeep.
Exactly.
Good.
So for before I started, I was working back to back. And I worked back to back, and the children were really little then anyway. So I found someone as well to help me with childcare.
Yeah.
So this a Nigerian lady that took care of children, and she charged 10 euros per day.
Okay.
It was okay for me anyways. But the job that I was doing as well was not like an office job.
Okay.
It was close to where I lived.
I was gonna ask you, what job did you do?
Okay, so it was a factory that was quite close. I'm just revealing this for the first time because even at that point in time, I also didn't even know that I was doing that.
Wow.
But, yes, because I needed the money anyways. So it was in a factory very close to where I lived, and because it was a shift job, I would go to that job and I would do the shifts. So sometimes it didn't even affect my children because sometimes it would be at night. So I saved so much money. At least by the time I had done that job for like say for 9 months, I think I had over 20,000 euros on me.
Wow.
Yes. So I had that much from that job, and I put myself on the plan, on the budget. I wasn't spending money unnecessarily, you know, and everything that I had to buy for the week, I was very, very strict with myself. And so I had the money on me, and I had the money to pay for my master's just at once, you know, without having to worry about my school fees and everything. So everything was all planned. At that point in time, I remember that I was living outside Dublin, and I moved into Dublin because I knew I was going to start school in September. So I planned everything. The daycare was close to where I lived, you know, transportation. I knew I was going to be driving, even though I was driving when I was outside Dublin, but coming out to the city, I knew I wouldn't want to have that you know, like that
extra burden. What county did you live in? Because that was one of the questions. Someone was saying, where did you live?
In Louth, County Louth.
Thank you.
Yeah, County Louth. But for anyone that wants to go to Ireland, because for me, when I went to Ireland, I went to University of Lagos, and it was I got married when I was in school as well, and it was just 1 year after I left uni that I came to Ireland. Wow. And I used to explore a lot. I used to travel quite a lot. And if you know Ireland very well, it's quite kind of like on the border to Northern Ireland,
yes,
which is still under the United Kingdom. So where I lived was not too far away from Northern Ireland. So I would even travel to Northern Ireland a lot. And I have, I still go to Northern Ireland even up to now because I love the place. You know, it's so close to my heart because it was one of the places that I really used to go to when I was, you know, back in the days, you know. So right now, if anyone wants to go to Ireland, I don't really know that much about Southern Ireland as in when it comes to immigration, because when I was there, it was really, 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 really easy. I don't know. I can help you find out. You can drop. I could call someone that you know that's still there, that is still in the system, and they could give me that information, up to date information. But for now, I wouldn't want to say what I'm not too sure about. One thing I have to say is that Ireland is a good place because I lived there for years before I moved to the UK, and I thank God every single day I lived in that country before coming here with my children, because I don't know. I really appreciate the country, as in, you know, everything about it, the atmosphere. There's no way we don't have like one or two problems. Even in Nigeria, we have our own problems.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like living a good life, you can actually. In London, I see people doing 2 jobs. In Ireland, I never saw anybody do 2 jobs ever.
Really?
So yes. Even I tell you, I was able to save like almost 20,000 in less than a year. So you should be able. You should be able to like just calculate that. You understand what I'm saying? How much I was earning on a weekly basis.
Wow.
You know? Wow. You see? So that's what I'm saying. And it's a better life, and that's the truth. And you talked about houses in London being really, really small.
Yes.
Of course, in Ireland, you pay like, right now, Ireland is expensive for housing as well, because, you know, after the recession, they stopped building loads of houses. And, you know, when there's less and there's much more demand for housing, the prices go up. So that's what's happened. But you can still stay in the neighboring counties. You don't have to be in Dublin City, because transportation is not it wasn't so great then, but it's better now. And I know a lot of people, even though I was outside Dublin, I was traveling to Dublin like every other day. It doesn't matter. It's like less than an hour to bring you to Dublin. So you don't have to be in the city, in the middle of the city. But the education is outstanding. My children, they went to like state schools in Ireland. When I came here, in London, I had to put them, I had to put them in private schools. I had to pay a lot for the same education. So you can see the difference. So what we didn't pay for in Ireland, even my daughter, when we came, she was 8 years old, and she would always tell me that, oh, mom, that the education here in the UK is not as good as Ireland. I mean, coming from an 8-year-old child.
Wow.
Yes. The difference is so clear.
Really? So that's interesting. The only thing I've heard about Ireland, the only thing I've heard about Ireland before you've shared, Banker, is that Dublin is expensive.
It is expensive. That is if you are the type of person that you eat out every day and you just want to enjoy your life. You remember, we are Nigerians.
Yep.
And I mean, I don't know if everyone on this call is from Nigeria.
Everybody is.
Okay. But for me, even when I was there, people, they always said the island is expensive, but I still saved money. I still used to go for like 5 holidays in a year. I enjoyed my life. I lived my life. I enjoyed my life. London, for me, is even more expensive because I tell you, when I moved to London, the first house I got was 1,980, which is literally £2,000 a month.
Yep.
And not too big, small. And that was minus council tax, which I didn't even have to pay in Ireland, and all this water bill and everything that I didn't even have to pay when I was living in Dublin. You know, so over here you are paying so much bills, and you are working. Like, I have a great job here in London, but the thing is, I'm earning the money, but the money is still going back into the system.
Into the system.
Whereas when I was in Dublin, it was totally different. So if you're looking at like a good life and you just don't like stress, I think Ireland is way better. That's the truth.
Oh my God, Banker, I'm just seeing the comments.
If you don't want a stressful life, is it that you come to the UK and then you go outside London? Because if you come into London, you'll be working and your money will just going back into the system. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. For me, going outside London now is a bit hard because my oldest is in uni. My second is going to A-levels. My daughter, she's in secondary school and she's got 2 years left. And they don't want to leave London because they already have, it's going to be like massive, a big move for them to just uproot them again after bringing them from Ireland 6 years ago and then just taking them out of London. So I'm at a crossroad for that. But personally, I would live outside of London if I had my way. Because London, everybody at work that I work with, they commute. They commute from outside of London into London.
Yeah.
And they live the life over there. My son goes to University of Warwick, and I've been to Warwick. It's beautiful in Warwick.
Oh, yes.
And I know that people commute. I know people that are working in London at work, and they commute from places like Birmingham into London.
Yes.
So, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I don't have the strength for that. But they don't have to be inside London. But Dublin is a great place to live in. It's a great, great place to raise children in. When I lived there, I research everything that I do. I'm someone who plans really well ahead. And whatever I'm going to be doing the next 2 years, I'm already planning, like, say, 2 years ago. So I always have a plan, say, like a 5 years plan.
Yeah.
And because I believe strongly that whatever I do today is going to be I'll be seeing the results in the next 4 or 5 years, So I plan everything. So when I went to Ireland, I did my research before I moved back to Ireland. I had done my research. Even coming to London, I did a lot of research.
Yeah.
And when you research stuff, it does help you a lot. You save money, you find out things, and you wouldn't have to depend on people on false information because a lot of people, people will give you false information and you might even have been doing the wrong thing for years without even knowing.
Yes.
And you have wasted time doing these things. So for me, I do a lot of research, a lot of research. Because I know that a lot of people that moved from Ireland to London, they couldn't cope in London and they went back to Ireland. They didn't really understand how it worked, yes. They didn't really get it. It was too much for them, so they went back. So many people went back. But I mean, I've been here to God's glory and His grace. I've even found a better job, a job that I wouldn't have even had in Ireland, and things have worked well. So I'm grateful for that. I'm thankful for that.
Banker, thank you. Thank you so much. So we have two more questions, if you don't mind, please. One of them was, why did you move? And another one was, what was your immigration visa? What was the processes for you? So why did you move and what was your immigration visa? And before I tell you that, there's comments here saying, I'm so encouraged. I'm so impressed. So thank you. You are really encouraging people who are thinking about this. So what was your immigration story and why did you move? If you don't mind sharing with us.
why I moved from Ireland to London or from Nigeria to Ireland.
Nigeria to Ireland.
Nigeria to Ireland.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, like, it's really personal, and I wouldn't want to share that on like a platform.
Yeah.
But it was something to do with my family.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah. But when I came to Ireland.
Oh, sorry. The question was actually, why did she move to the UK from Ireland?
Okay. At the time when I lived in Ireland, remember I said I had 2 master's degrees before I left.
Impressive.
Yeah. And my challenge at that point in time was looking for a good job, like a proper job.
Okay.
And every interview that I had gone for, I made a roadblock because I don't know. I know I'm a talker, and maybe sometimes I overdo it, or maybe sometimes I do in such a way that people actually feel intimidated. I'm not too sure, but sometimes people say that, which is something that I've worked on over the years. But one thing that they kept on saying to me is that it's not like I'm confident of myself and I know what I can do as a person.
Yeah.
But when I go for these interviews, and I'm someone that, as I said, I work in engineering, but I don't have an engineering degree. But I actually don't know the job better than the people that do it. So I'm like that. I pick things up and I like, just like you were explaining, I work on it and I make sure that I become the best at it.
Banker, I know you, and you are a very smart lady. I have to drop that there.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vivian. But there's one thing, the roadblock in Ireland was that I couldn't get like the right job, because they kept on saying to me that I was overqualified. And in my mind, I was saying to myself, should you not be happy that you are bringing on someone who is overqualified? So for me, I felt like they didn't really like, they were not appreciating the value that I had to give, what I had to give. And I just felt like it was time for me to move on. It was time for me to move on. And remember, one thing about Ireland is, my children's generation, I would say, would be like the really first generation.
Yeah.
So they were not as open as the UK. So when it comes to like things like that, but in the last years that I've been back to Ireland, it has totally changed. Because a lot of the children, imagine, like children that are a bit older than my own first child, they've left uni now and they've gone into work, start working, and people are beginning to have like that awareness as well. And it's different. So you need to have that in mind as well. But everyone's story is not going to be the same. For me, when I'm applying to jobs, I don't go for junior roles. I just go for senior roles, And because I don't put myself down. I see myself as someone who is well and able to do it.
Yeah.
And if I have the qualification, why would I go for a junior role? So I had a situation where when I even came to London, I told someone to help me look at my CV, and they saw that, wow, it was like, why are you applying for these jobs that I've been in the industry for like close to 15 years and I wouldn't even apply for this role? And I just kept quiet. But for me, I always go for the senior roles, because if you believe in yourself and you know you can do it, why not? Why not? So that's my mentality. That's the way I reason.
Okay.
So, and I was doing the same thing in Ireland, but it wasn't working. So I decided to move.
Okay.
I was going for those senior roles. They didn't want to have me on board. So I just said, no, I'm not sure this is the right place for me, in my career. So I need to move. So that's why I made that move. And again, for one of them does sports, competitive sports, and he wanted, it's better for him here, and although he could have still been there and he would have still done well, but for me, I think it was mainly because of my work life.
Okay. Thank you for being so genuine and honest there. Sorry, I can hear myself echoing. If you put me on mute thank you. So another question that we have here is, did you have to pay private fees for your older kids? I think you mentioned that you didn't pay that in Ireland, but you had to pay that here.
Yes. In Ireland, I didn't even do tuition. I taught my kids at home myself. And because it's such a great system in Ireland, and the educational system, especially in the area that I lived in, because the difference between Ireland and the UK is, in London, they do like exams. The way we do common entrance exams in Nigeria.
Yes.
They have that system in the UK called 11 plus when you want to go into a secondary school. In Ireland, we don't have that. They don't have that in Ireland. So you go to the secondary school, that fits. I mean, you go into the secondary school that your primary school fits into. So literally, let me say, if you're living in an area, say you're living in one area now, everybody in that area, every child in that area goes to the school in that area. So you don't need to travel away from that area or out of the area. Whereas in London, you can be living like here and your school might be 10 miles away. So it's different. So when I moved to the UK, we had to start writing exams. I had to put my children in tuition. It was so expensive. I was paying about £1,600 a month just for them to integrate. Yeah, it was expensive. That's the truth. So just for them to integrate into the system as well, to settle down. And in London, it's different from Ireland. In Ireland, they don't put them in sets. Even when I came to London, a lot of people, my older sister that has lived here all her life, she didn't even know as soon as I finished secondary school. She didn't even know that they put them in sets. So you'll be in a class and they will put you in sets. So they have like some schools, depending on the school, some schools have things set 1 to set 8.
Wow.
So being the highest, the best being in set 1, and the one not doing so good being set 8. And then for private schools, they have the set 1 to set 4. So the best being in set 1, and then it follows down to set 4. So a lot of parents don't even know this because they will not tell you what set your child is in. But because I'm a very thorough person and I'm constantly asking questions and researching these things, I'm asking my children what's happening in school on a constant basis, on a daily basis. Yeah. So some children don't even tell their parents, So the set will determine where your child is in school. You understand? And in Ireland, they don't have that system, which is quite good. You understand? In a way, it is good. It's very, very competitive in London, in the UK, because this set, for you, for example, if you're in set 4 and you need to get into set 1, you can't just automatically get into set 1. Your grades have to improve. Ooh. Someone in set 1 has to come down for you, or maybe set 2. Wow. For you to climb into that set, maybe from set 4 someone has to come down for you to go up. So it's like they're not giving you a position, but they place you in sets. So it's really, really, really.
It just sounds rather competitive. So somebody else is asking, and I don't know whether you'll be able to answer this question. The question is, how much in average did you have to fund both you and the kids?
My own story is really, really different. I always say that I'm a child of grace, and His God has helped me and has been helping me, still helping me up until now. And the way I do it, I don't even know that's the truth, because no amount of money is sufficient when you are living in this climate. I'm sorry, I don't know if it sounds like negative, because you always, especially with children, you always need money. So for me, let me just give you a quick example. When I moved from Ireland to London, because I'd spent thousands already, I'd spent so much, and I'd already planned it. I'd planned it ahead, and I knew because I was coming, I had saved money. But I tell you, things did not work out according to how I had planned it. I was thinking that arriving here, that I would just go straight into a job and I'll start working. But it didn't work out that way for me. But there's something that I've always done. I'm a businesswoman, and I sell things on the side. So, and I've always done that right from the beginning. Even from Nigeria, I had a business I ran. In Ireland, I did that as well. I ran a business in Ireland. I actually had my own boutique and everything. So when I moved to London, I was doing that as well.
Wait. You said that very quickly. So you had a business, you had a boutique in Ireland as well as when you were working and then doing your masters.
No, initially I didn't have that business.
Okay.
Or later on, I set up that business.
Okay.
Yeah. And then when I was leaving, I shut the business down. I closed it down. And then I still had my the products, the things, my stock.
Yeah.
So I moved to London with this stock, and then I continued doing my business in London.
Beautiful.
Yeah, because when I came to London, my plan was to go straight into work, but it did not work out that way. I came in to do my exams because I did estate management in Nigeria, and I wanted to become a chartered surveyor. Oh. And I came to London to do my RICS. But when I came into London, I had a change in plan. I believe it was God that change, because you can plan for something today, and God can just turn everything around the next moment that, this is not what I want for you. And I'm so glad it worked out that way, because I wouldn't be in the job that I'm in now if I had done my RICS, and that's the truth. So I ended up doing training. I did training when I came into London, which I had not even planned to do. It just happened. Someone had said something about it to me. I went into that training. I found out I actually really loved it. And it still got to do with construction anyway. I could still use it construction, which is the industry that I'm in. I'm in engineering and construction. And I just said to myself, I might as well just do it. But on the side, I was still running my business, you see.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was running my business. And I was still traveling. I would still go and buy stuff, or I would call the people, my supply, the people that I used to buy from, and they would send the things to me in London. And I actually even ran a stall in Portobello Market. So I'm an entrepreneur at heart. Yes,
Impressive.
Yes.
Honestly, Banker, I've known you, but I'm even more impressed hearing your story in detail. Somebody said they are quite interested on your Niger Island movement, and I'm guessing they want to know which visa you came on. How did you navigate the visa system? Because you did 2 master's degrees. So were you on a student visa the whole time, or did you come in with one?
No.
What was your visa type? What's your visa story?
No, I didn't come in with a visa. What happened was, because when I had my son in year 2000, at that point in time, there was a system in place in Ireland where when you have your child in Ireland, automatically you're entitled to residency. So that was running until 2005, and that was how I got my residency. So in 6 months after I had my first child, I had my residency in 6 months.
Oh my beautiful Jesus.
So I was one of the very first lucky people, because I think they started it in 1998, because my sister had a child in 98 in Ireland, but she didn't get it. But it was after I got it that she got it as well. So a lot of people that went to Ireland then. So automatically you have a child, and the child gives you the right to stay there. So I applied based on that. And I was able to get my residency, and then I applied for the EU passport, and I got that as well.
Wow!
But it was really easy then. It was within the people before me, they got theirs in 3 months. I got mine in 6 months.
Girl, you are one lucky soul. Because I remember when I just moved here, people used to say that, oh, if you go to Ireland, they give you the passport. And I'm like, why? They say you just have a kid. And I'm like, but the US, the child has the passport does not mean the mother has the passport. But Ireland gave you your residency because your child was a citizen. That's amazing.
Yes. Yeah, but they changed on January 1st, 2005. Because remember, a lot of people were now going, there was a massive influx.
Yes.
So they changed the law, and then the law now is the child has to give it to you. Not, the way it's done in the UK, that is the child that will now give it to you. Not you you getting it with the child. So like sorry, that's a mistake. It's not the child that will give it to you. Sorry, the child would give it to you, like in the past, but now you have to get it before the child.
Before the child gets it,
yeah.
Oh.
So it's changed. Everything is about getting the right information, as I said, and making sure that you know what you're doing. Because even in London, remember that Ireland is like, they have like a kind of an alliance with UK.
Yeah.
And during this Brexit thing, a lot of people were saying that, they have to do this resettlement thing. And I started doing a lot of research about it. I didn't have any problems because I have an Irish passport, and I know that Ireland is exempt from all those things, from the EU thing, because they are quite close. I don't know, they have this agreement, this is Article 35 or something, I can't remember. They have this agreement with Ireland, so they are exempt from it. But I remember that I got a letter, it was in 2018, and in this letter they were saying it was from the Home Office, and they were like saying something about me being able to live in London. And I had to write them back. I was like, no, you are wrong. You have to do your research, because I'm from the common travel area. So they even had to write me back to apologize to me. Because whoever wrote that letter to me didn't even know the laws.
I think at the beginning of Brexit, there was a lot of confusion.
There was a lot of confusion, exactly. So I had to write them back. I had to screenshot my passport and everything, passport page. I'm a citizen of Ireland. I have the same rights as someone who's living in the UK. And I did get an apology from them anyways. They didn't know. So Ireland, in a way, I'm kind of like having the best of both worlds, the EU and the UK. Because I have the same rights as British citizen. So, but my journey from Lagos to Dublin, that's the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the story.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Vanke, you have been very inspiring this evening. Thank you so much. Somebody's asking whether Brexit is in place. Well, at the end of this year, we would have exited the EU. So we are in the process. Corona just came to delay it slightly. So I guess what is your advice? And I know that you put a disclaimer out at the beginning where you said this is a story from you moved away 6 years ago. But from your experience and what you know now, what would your advice be to somebody who wants to emigrate to Ireland? They have a family. They might want to go with their children at least. They want to have a career. What would you say to them based on your lived experience?
Okay. For me, for every country, I wouldn't use my experience now because remember it's a different circumstance.
Yeah.
The laws change every year, even like every time. And
very true.
Yeah, exactly. So right now in Ireland, I don't know what the laws are or what what's in place for them. But there's one advice I would give to this person: do your research. Make sure you go, because I know for some countries you can actually move your family and you don't have to like hide or be illegal in the country. There are other ways around it.
Yeah, there's dependent visa. You get dependent visa for your family and you can bring them in. Yeah.
Yeah, so there are different ways. Because there's one thing I always say to people: I would never leave my country. If I know that I'm going to move to another country, I become illegal there. I would never ever do that to myself or to my children, especially when you're traveling with children.
It's hard.
It is hard, but there's always a way out. The thing is, you need to have the right information, because if you do not have the right information, and if you just listen to what people say, like for me, if you tell me something, I'll still research it.
Yes.
I'll still check it out. I'll still make phone calls. I'll still like go on the government's website. I know in the UK, I know people that they got their residency based on the fact that they started a business, and I mean, one of my very good friends here, she started a business and she was literally paying herself or something. I know she got her papers through that.
Oh, the entrepreneurship visa.
Yes, so there are different ways. But sometimes as well, some people don't have the funds. So I don't know the person's circumstances, but I know that for Ireland, they would have those things in place as well. Every country usually has a way of settling. You should go through those options first. It is so important that you look at those options before you think of moving. If you're going by yourself, it's like it's different from when you're going with children. Because I know when I was moving from Dublin to London, a lot of the people that moved at the same time as myself, they did not really plan it well. But for me, before I came to London, I actually had my house, everything sorted out. I furnished it. The last thing I did was to bring the children in. I didn't stay with anyone because I didn't want to do that. So you need to plan it properly. You need to maybe do the right planning. That's the best advice I would give to you. It is very, very possible. And for me, I'm a very optimistic person, and I always say to myself that it's possible. I'm a Christian as well, so and that helps me a lot. And I always say to God that there's nothing impossible with you. And even where people say that there was no way for them, I always say to myself that there will be a way for me. And there's always been a way for me. So you need to be positive, optimistic, and in life, you will meet roadblocks, but that's just short term. You understand? If you know where you're going to your destination. Nothing is going to stop you from getting there. So it might seem impossible or look like it's just a dream, in quotes, but it can become it, and it will become a reality if you are consistent. So there will be ways of doing it. But the thing is, when you get to where you're going to, you also have to have a plan as well. So what would you be doing? Are you coming in to work there? Mm-hmm. Are you coming in to start up a business? The money that you're going to be spending, for me, if I was on my own, I wouldn't worry too much because I know I would survive. Yeah. If I'm with children, you have to think about that as well, because it's not just you. You're thinking about your family as well on one side. Yeah. But one thing I would encourage whoever it is that needs this advice is, if you're a Christian and you trust God, God always provides, especially when you are with children. He always, he does it in very mysterious way. You would never lack, especially when you are with children. So, and that's my advice. Just make sure you do a lot of your research. If you can get I can help you find out from a friend of mine who is still there.
Okay.
And I don't know what you want to do. If you would probably give Vivian like shed more light on what your circumstances are, that would be a start. But if I don't really know your circumstances, I wouldn't be able to like say too much because I might be giving you the wrong advice as well. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, it's a good place to go to. It's a good place to raise children in, and I don't regret going there. I don't regret bringing my children up in Ireland. That's the truth. And in fact, I'm so glad, I'm so grateful that they grew up there before we came to London. And I am so, so, so grateful to God that they were at the stage, because the oldest was like 14. I'm 13, sorry, when we came here. It was about 13. Because he's 19 now. And it's easy as well that he's very glad that he didn't grow up here. And London is very fast.
Yeah.
It is fast. So.
Wow. What do we say to Banker? First of all, I don't know where to start, but Banker, you have no idea how this has encouraged somebody. And guys, I want to be able to help as much as I can. I know people who've lived here. I know people who have experiences. I know people who might know people, like Banker's just said, who are specialists or have most recent information. So I just put an email address in the chat box. I would like to continue this live stream from now to the end of August, answering all sorts and bringing people to talk about their immigration journey so that you can learn. Just send an email to vymart19@gmail.com and we will be able to read out and check out your questions. Just make sure that you are subscribed and your notification is on, because if the live is going to be regular, I might not remember to always put an alert on Instagram to say we're live, but I want to do this every day if I can in August. And what do we want to say to Banker for all this information that she has just brought to life? Like, I mean, I know you personally, but the information that you've shared this evening is just, I couldn't put money to it. I couldn't Google it. And that's why I wanted to do this live when the questions started coming yesterday, because I just want to be able to share some lived experience. Again, at the end of the day, it's not going to be everybody's experience, but people can sort of take one or two things to be able to understand what it is like, so that when they're planning theirs. And I like what you said, Banker, around do your research. I know that there could be a mindset of, oh, there's somebody who is a specialist here. There's this agent who has done it for everybody in my city. So let's just go and give the agent. What's the agent doing that I cannot do? It's all research. Go to the government website of the country you want to go to. Look at the type of visa you're interested in and see what the criteria is and start to ask questions. So, Banker, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Vivian.
I will be looking out for my email, and yes, I will contact you because we need your friend who has more information to help us here, because at least I know 3 or 4 people on here who are really interested in the immigration to Ireland. I think Chichi has just said, I want to relocate from Nigeria in the most legal way possible. That's a good start. She's also said, my sister lives there, but she has no clue because she studied in Europe. Oh, okay. And Chichi also said, Banker, God bless you richly. You have really done me a lot of good. Boma said, Banker, thank you.
You're welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much. And please continue to join the live. And thank you for giving us this time. You've given us nearly 40 minutes of your time this evening. God bless you.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
I have actually had the time this evening.
Thank you.
Hopefully I'll have time again.
Yes, please. Just make sure that your notification is on and you're subscribed, because anytime we're live, you're going to get a notification that we're live and you can just join us.
Okay.
Thank you so much, girl. Speak to you soon.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys. You wanted to go to Ireland. Ireland has come to you. That was some information there. So I guess when we talk about immigration story. I particularly like to hear people's lived experience. I particularly like to hear people's struggles. I feel like I can relate to a lot of things that Bakia shared here because a lot of these things she did by herself. And that's one thing I will continue to echo. See, nobody said you cannot do it by yourself. You can. Don't be fazed by the application form. Thank God we all have access to internet and we can all just search the question. So, Timmy Agbaji said, not some. Timmy, oh my goodness. Timmy is on my live stream. Holy moly. Timmy, we can allow you to take over because you can just crack us all up right now. Oh, that's my alarm to drink lemon and ginger at 8 o'clock. If you were here yesterday, you know I had that yesterday. So that's what I do every day. So Timmy, welcome. What's your immigration question? Are you interested in relocating from Nigeria to diaspora? Do you want to live abroad? Do you have plans to live abroad, or you're just not interested, or you have tried, or you feel blocked? What's your immigration question? We would like to hear it. And I'm just going to go through and see which other questions. So guys, let's continue. We're here. If anybody's just, oh my God, there's 11 of us. Oh, wow. Okay, so I know Ghost Coast Beauty is here. I know Timmy is here. Who else is here? Identify yourself. Elizabeth Addison, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, I just seen your comment. You can get a dependent visa for your family and they're allowed to work here, works based on the visa. That is very true. Please, Elizabeth, introduce yourself. Tell us where you're joining from. And have you subscribed? If you haven't subscribed to my channel, give it a thumbs up. Do you have any questions about immigration or career? People have been asking about my HR career. People have been asking what courses they want to study, whether they can study, whether HR is an entry point. I've had all those questions so far. And so drop your question in the chat and give this video a thumbs up. Don't take my thumbs up with you. It is free. Subscription is free and my thumbs up is free. So Timmy said, I am very interested. I am very interested. What are you interested in knowing specifically? Ask away and I will try to answer your question. And even if I don't know the answer to your question, like I didn't know the answer to Ireland, but Banker showed up and just took it away. So Timmy, what's your question? And I'm guessing for some of you, it's 8 p.m. and it's dinner time or 9 p.m. wherever you are. So feel free to grab your dinner. We're going to be here. Like I had dinner before we started because I knew that today is going to be tough. So I want to be able to be here with you. I might just get up to refill my water bottle, but I'm good. So if you need to have dinner and let's continue. So what's the next question? Who has a question so that we can continue chatting? Let me turn this off. Let me turn this off. I just noticed I hadn't actually signed off from this, so I'm going to shut this down. So guys, what are your questions? Fire your questions in the comment section. I'm excited. Lagos to Nigeria. Immigration is a problem. But we'll get there. We will get there. Whatever your questions are, we'll be able to give you what it looks like in real life. So ask me what are you interested in specifically? Good, because Beauty said brilliant. Oh, thank you, girl. Thank you very much. Thank you for always showing up. So tell me, what are your immigration questions, guys? You wanted me here. Usually I do live once a week. And I say I want to do it more. So I cleared my schedule to be on YouTube. So you guys need to take advantage. What's your question? Who else has a question? Boma, Chichi, Boma, Chichi, Ava, Martha. Who else is here? Akorode. Who else do we have here? Banker. Who else do we have here? I just want to make Kelechi. Who else do we have here? I don't want to miss anybody out. Cynthia. Who else do we have here? Dun, 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 dun. So ask away. Ask me your questions. Okay, so Timi Agbaje, I want to relocate to either the US or the UK and penetrate the media and entertainment industry. What am I to do? Very good and very valid question. Akorede, if you're still here, we might need your help with the US. So you want to relocate to the UK and work is how I'm interpreting your question. Chichi, thank you for the love emoji. So I guess the first question is to research what are the visa options that are available for somebody who wants to be self-sponsored. Because, and I'm just gonna grab on Google now. Hold on. Hold up. Self-sponsored visa to the UK. So that's one option, self-sponsored or company-sponsored. One place to start is the direct gov. Long-term working visa, basically. See, I just went on Google, right? And just typed visa, self-sponsored visa to the UK. And this gov website is the UK's own government website. So as a starting point, this is where I would go. I would typically just go here and then look at what options are open up to me. So long-term visa, tier 2, intercompany transfer, that's not what you want. Minister of religion, that's not what you want. Sportsman visa, that's not what you want. Temporary worker, no. Temporary worker. Innovators visa, startup visa, entrepreneur tier 1, they're literally all here. Graduate, entrepreneur, investors visa. So from what I can see, there is the, if you want to go into the entertainment industry, I wouldn't want to tag it under the entrepreneur visa. I would want to put it under the general tier 2 work visa. Let's see whether the eligibility criteria is a forever long thing. Hold on. Oh, the tier 2 visa is sponsored by the job. No. So you would need to get a job in the industry. Okay. So everything here actually just says, apart from the sponsorship one, proof of English you can get, have a personal savings so that you can support yourself when you arrive in the UK. You'd have to work that out. I think everybody needs to do that anyway. Show that you can travel and your travel history over the last 5 years. That is either you have traveled before or you haven't. Tuberculosis test is standard. Criminal record is standard. So now the certificate of sponsorship is where the company comes in. And I think there's so many, I want to say there's so many companies that sponsor, and then I just remember that we're in lockdown. That's not to say that it's not happening. It is happening, but the company needs to sponsor you from what the tier 2 visa is saying. And it says you need to be paid at least £30,000 per year. I want to think the entertainment industry probably pays more. Yeah. It says you have to have £945 in your bank account for 90 days before you apply. See, that's what I was talking about. So I'm just going to, how do you do this? I'm about to bob link into, not now. I'm about to put that link into here, into the chat room now. There you go. So I just put the link in there. It should come up in a moment. There you go, Timmy. That's one place to start. That was the tier 2 visa. And I would also put the general link that tells you about all the other visas. I always encourage people to go to the right site and to buy point, do your research. So this is all types of visas. Because this thing changes like this. It changes like the weather. It changes like the weather. So you need to be up to date. I mean, I've been sharing my personal experience, and all of my personal experience, some of it from a visa eligibility perspective might even be outdated because I'm talking 14 years ago. But I know that the story still makes sense. I know that the experience still applies, but because it's 40 years ago, 14 years ago, things might be changing. So you want to make sure that you are literally on top of what is happening. You know what is happening. You can make a decision based on what is happening. That's what I would say. Any other question? Any other question? And do you find that helpful at all? Do you find that helpful? I put the link in there. I put the link in there so that you can see. Hey, somebody else has just joined us. Hello, 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 hello. Introduce yourself. What is your question? Tell us what your question is. I will read more. Yeah, so definitely read more. Happy to chat through whatever doesn't make sense. But I think the requirements, that's where I started from. So when I did my visa application, what I literally had a to-do list. And I just said, okay, what kind of visa am I looking for? Student visa. What are the criteria? It doesn't matter whether it is difficult or whether it is impossible. At least you know, and you can confirm that, okay, this is everything I need. And then you start to do your tick box exercise and start to ask questions and research more. Eventually, you would find that sometimes you probably have most of the things you need, and there's always that one or two things. The one thing might be the visa sponsorship, the second thing might be the savings. But like Bankers said, if you are moving to this part of the world, your savings are never enough. So even when they tell you £945 a month in your account for 3 months rolling, if you can double it, please do. Because it's expensive out here. And I know that I'm saying it's expensive, and somebody might be thinking, okay, Vivian, it's expensive. How are you living the high life? The journey of 1,000 miles begin with a step. That's where I'm going to leave it. So Akurade, if you're with us, please give us a point of view on what it is like living in the US. Because I don't know the whole green card piece. I'm not familiar with it. I don't know how it works. I can say, like people say for the UK, it's hard, but that would just be me just making assumptions like everybody else. My eyes have just caught Gold Coast Beauty's comments about roll on August. Oh my God. I said I want to do this every day in August. This is a challenge I've set for myself. By the end of August, we can all have a party that I hate the challenge. But for now, let's deliver value by coming on live here regularly. So the effort I would have put on Instagram, I'm putting on my YouTube. So we want to see where this goes, where this takes us. So any other question? Come on, give us your questions. We're here. There's 9 of us on here. Give me your question. Come on, your question. Come on. Oh, this one, I just remember that this was the passport that was getting all of us excited earlier on. Yeah, this was the passport. And you can see that I need backup as a Nigerian. So I have my cash ready for when I land Lagos. But as a British, I don't need backup. Everything is in plastic. So there's no cash. And nobody puts, you cannot just imagine me putting £10 inside my passport. What kind of place is that? But I know that when you land Nigerian airports, the first thing you want to do is a trolley, unless you fly with Virgin Atlantic, in which case they give you a trolley for free. But if you didn't fly with Virgin Atlantic, you're going to need money. So gone are the days where I get to the airport and I'm stranded and I'm thinking, oh, who's going to dash me money, 200 naira or 1,000, I can't remember how much. And then you see the guys at the trolley spot telling you, oh, you can give us £10 or you can give us £5. I'm like, how does that translate to 200 or 500 or 1,000 naira? So I have my money as my backup. So that's why you have cash here. Oops. So this cash is important to me. Is very, very important to me. I can't even share this on. I can't share this on air. What I've just noticed, this passport I'm bragging about. Let's not even share. Let's not share it online. Yeah, let's not even share it. Yeah, let's not share what we've just realized looking at this passport. Let's just leave it there. I've just noticed something about this passport that I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to leave it there. So yeah, but Nigeria is our country. I know Nigeria is our country. We cannot do anything about it, but we just have to live and survive it. That's what it is. I mean, a lot of people sit down and talk about the government of Nigeria. I mean, I've gotten myself involved in that conversation as well. But in my mind, I'm like, where's this going to leave me? It's going to leave me just annoyed. It's going to leave me not interested. And no matter where I go in this life, I'm Nigerian. As in, I is a Nigerian. I am not about to change it. So I am a Nigerian. Totally. And then Timmy, do you know something else that just come to my mind? Looking at the word that you use, penetrate the media entertainment industry. Now that we are all online on lockdown, I am wondering, because I watch your channel and I can totally see you in the entertainment, in the showbiz part of any part of the world. I'm wondering whether collaboration opportunities within the media space might give you the exposure that you need. I'll repeat that. I'm wondering whether collaboration opportunities within the media space to me might give you the exposure that you need, which is also an entry to penetrating into whichever country, whether it's the UK or in the US. Because with the lockdown now, there is no barrier in the world. Everybody is on Zoom. Everybody's doing everything online. So if you can get a collaboration opportunity and we're working closely with some company in the media space, within the media industry in the UK or in the US, and nobody says it's impossible, man. It is very possible, because I don't think people are hiring anymore based on location. As much as I know, is based on who can do the job, and where the person can do the job right now does not. I might as well be sitting in Lagos right now. All I need to make sure I have is internet. So I'm wondering whether your term penetration could be looking for opportunity within the UK or the US. That's what I'm thinking. How does that sound? You tell me. You tell me. You tell me, because it might just be a way in. You might be working with them virtually for as long as you're working with them until this whole thing hopefully blows away, and someday soon we're all back to being able to carry our bags and travel. That's not to say people are not traveling. No, as we speak, people are traveling. People are traveling. Okay, highlight us more on living in the UK. Where do I begin? So, my experience of living in the UK has been positive, and I'll tell you why. I'm a night owl. I love to go out at night. And by going out at night, it does not necessarily mean clubbing. I can just leave my house at 9:30 p.m. and go for a long walk for 2 hours. So it's been positive in the sense that to an extent, I feel safe. Now, I say that word safe very carefully because I live in London where we've had a lot of knife crime. It depends on where you live, but yes, but there's been a lot of there's been a lot of knife crimes, but I genuinely feel safe. Mina people, welcome, welcome, welcome. Tell us where you're joining from. Make sure you have subscribed. Please give this video a thumbs up. Tell us where you're joining from, please. And if you have any questions, leave it in the chat button, in the chat room, so I can answer your questions. We're talking about immigration and career and all this good stuff for those that live in Africa and want to immigrate to some other parts of the world. I'm joining from Nigeria. Oh wow, Boma, you did share the word today. Well done, girl. Well done. And Mina, if you have any question, please put it in the chat room, and I'll be happy to answer your question. But don't forget to give my video a thumbs up and subscribe if you already like what you see and you hear. So Chichi says, give us some more, highlight some more on living in the UK. So one thing, I feel safe. I'm going to try and plug this in because I can see my battery going down. So I feel safe because I love to work at night. I like to, I might finish this today at whatever time. Thankfully, it's summer, so it's still looking rather bright. And I can just go for a long walk to get fresh air. I feel safe. In Nigeria, my experience was, if I'm in Nigeria and I'm out of the house by 6, my mother is already calling and saying, so where are you? Let me use Benin City as an example. Where are you? And I'll be like, oh, I'm at Ring Road. My mother will say, oh, they just shot somebody around Ring Road just now. And that will put the fear of Jesus in me, and I will start running back home. When I went to Lagos for Christmas last year, we did a few night things. It felt a bit safer because on the island in Lagos you're a bit freer because I don't think anybody's looking for you. You're not noticed. Everybody's like everybody. So it was a lot easier. But if I compare that to living here, I feel safer here. African stores, £1 store and shopping mall. The £1 stores are the best. I'm not even going to lie. So there are certain things that it will be difficult for me to buy in another shop. Things like toothpaste, wash up liquid. I'm just looking in my kitchen now and thinking, there's certain, I don't know, there's certain things that for me to buy in a normal shop like a pharmacy or even the grocery shops, I just feel like if it's more than £1, I feel cheated. Thanks to Pound Shop. But the challenge with Pound Shop is you go there. I know that there's Naira store in Nigeria now. There is dollar store and things, and there's 5K store and all of that good stuff. So it's similar to that. The interesting thing, my experience from Pound Shop is this. You go to Pound Shop saying, I want to spend £5, or I just want to buy the things that I need because they are £1. You end up spending £30 because you're like, this is £1, this is £1, this is £1, this is £1. It's £1, a pound, forgetting that it adds up. So you see that £30 you didn't want to go to the grocery shop to spend because you felt, they're cheating me. It's £1.09, so I am not spending that money. You have ended up dashing the Pound store £30. So I like the Pound store, but sometimes I realize that I go overboard. So I make sure I wait until I've run out of certain things and I want to buy in bulk, and I just go to the Pound store and buy it once and for all. But going there often is quite tempting because I end up buying some of the things that I don't need. African stores, it depends on the area where you live. It depends on the area where you live. So I can easily travel to an African store. I can get the stuff that I need, but my challenge is can sound like first world problem. There are certain things that are never, they're not as fresh. They're not as fresh. Like if you buy yam in this country, if you like yam, I used to love yam because in Nigeria, when it was yam season, or you'll be able to get fresh yam and you can just peel it and cook it and it's just fresh. But here, when you peel the yam, if you don't finish it that day, the yam is likely to go black. I have a problem. I have a problem with the yam here. However, when I visited Canada a few times, the yam over there is amazing. Like amazing. I don't know what the difference is, but yeah. So things like gari yam, vegetables for cooking soup. Where I can, I buy my stuff from Niger. So when I go to Nigeria, I buy my stuff in bulk. I have run out now because Corona happened. My mom was meant to visit. My suppliers, like when I went to Nigeria, I brought as much as 18 bottles of granuts. The last one just finished last week, since January. I bought as much as 40 plantain chips. It's not that they don't sell it here, but it's cheaper and I have extra luggage space. So as much as I can, I buy my stuff from Nigeria. I generally just buy my stuff from Nigeria. But when I first moved here, I wasn't used to, because even some of the things, even the red oil that we have here, and they call it Niger palm oil, it's not the same. It's not the same, honestly. I have to try so many palm oil, red oil. At some point, I'm like, I'm giving up. This thing is not the same. I'm not going to lie. So yes, I would. I can see good because BT say you love peanuts and plantain chips. I would bring my plantain chips from Nigeria if I can. So if you're thinking of moving here, you need constant supply because A, it might not be the same. B, when you get it might be a little bit pricey. And C, if you have luggage space, why not? Mina Pepple said, what medical or health courses are on high demand for college? Martha said, I can totally relate. Thank you for not leaving me on this table. What medical or health courses? I think nursing is always on a high demand, I think. I don't know whether doctors are in high demand. I know that we have fewer doctors than we have nurses. But the way the nurses are trained here, it's almost like you need 4 nurses to 1 doctor because we can never have enough doctors. So in the medical field, I want to think nursing is still in high demand, very much like in the US. I don't know about people that work in the laboratories. I don't know about people that work in a laboratory. So medical or health courses, I know that nursing is, so I still have people going to study nursing after having a whole career and just deciding that, you know what, this is a vocation, it's going to pay me for a lifetime, I'm going to be guaranteed job. For example, since Miss Rona showed up, the guaranteed jobs have been in healthcare. Whether you're a healthcare assistant, whether you're a carer, whether you're a nurse, whether you're a doctor, whether even you're a receptionist in a GP healthcare center or hospital, anything healthcare is in high demand. So if you want to study a course that is in high demand, I think Corona has showed us that the important jobs are not the CEO jobs. The important jobs are things like what I've just described in the medical field and the delivery drivers, Amazon drivers, and the post office people. Without them, we won't be smiling right now. Chichi said, I even buy butternut sweets. Oh my God. Chichi, see, the other day, I think I still had some buttermint sweets because I had a family friend who used to work for Cadbury. Anytime they're coming down, they bought Cadbury hot chocolate and buttermint sweets and, you know the sweets shop. And then somebody just suddenly gives you that. It's like, God bless you. Honestly, it's like, Thank you for this memory. But since then, I think I've now been able to replace my love for Nigerian sweets and biscuits that I can't get regularly with things that I've replaced it that I can get here, like custard cream biscuits is now my favorite thing to do. So yeah, I can totally whoever you buy buttermilk sweets for, the person is just like, and chin chin, the person is like, you are my best friend. Because when I bought my 18 pieces of granules, I just went to the shops and I bought popcorn and I just recreated guguru and granules. So Sunday afternoon, I would just sit down. Either I'm having guguru and granola to make myself happy, or I'm actually drinking Gary milk, sugar, Gary milk, granite, and sugar to just make me happy. Because honestly, it can be, I don't know. I think it's because I was born and brought up in Nigeria. I was in my 20s when I moved here. So there's still a lot of my upbringing and my being Nigerian in me. You're not going to be able to take it away. So somebody said to me the other day, like my sister said to me, how do you like Gary and granite so much? I was like, see those boarding school days? We chilled. Oh my gosh. Gary and granite with milk and sugar and chilled water. I'm going to recreate that this weekend. I think I've run out. I've run out of Nigerian granite. I'm going to find it. So recreating it just brings back all the memories. And those are the things that make me happy these days. I'm not even going to lie. It's not the salad or the pizza or the rice and stew very plenty. None of those. Those are the things that make me happy these days. I'm not even going to lie. So yeah, so living in the UK, I think you need to bring a bit of Nigeria with you to be able to enjoy it, is my experience. I also learned a lot. I unlearned a lot. One of them is time. You know how where did that H come from that I just said how? Vivian, what's going on? You know, our lack of respect for time. I don't know if it's just me. We're growing up in Nigeria. If somebody tells you, I'm coming. Ajayi girl that taught her, that was my secondary school. Ajayi Crowder taught me Gary granite milk and sugar with cold water, and also taught me Indomie. No mercy. When people were buying tissue paper at the beginning of coronavirus, do you know what I was buying? I was buying noodles. Honestly, I was buying noodles, milk and sugar because I had granules and I had Gary. Because in my mind, I bought custard cream biscuits, I bought noodles, I bought milk and sugar because I have Gary. And in my mind, I'm like, if the world shuts down, as long as I can drink Gary and I can eat noodles, people should continue to be shutting the world down. I don't care. Like, it doesn't shake me. So a bit of Nigeria is still in me, and I treasure those moments. Like, if you see me smiling after I've drank Gary, if you follow me on Instagram, you would know. You would know that Gary is my ministry. I'm not going to lie. So yeah, a bit of Nigeria would help you. I was about to talk about relationship with time. You know that African time nonsense that I was brought up with. When somebody tells you I'm coming, they can meet you. They could have told you at 2 p.m. and they'll meet you at 9 p.m. and it's okay. You just sit down in the person's office and you are waiting. That was the one thing I had to quickly unlearn when I moved here. Like, if somebody tells you they're going to meet you at 1 o'clock, they didn't put water in their mouth when they said it. 1 o'clock was 1 o'clock. You had to respect their time, because once that 1 o'clock was over, I'm really sorry, your time was gone. It was like film trick. And then another rude awakening I got was the queuing system in the UK. So when you see a shop, or you see a reception, or you see a gate, and you see people standing on a queue, they are not idiots. They actually want the same thing that you want, and they are being respectful of everybody. So they are waiting at the back of the queue. So when you come, you go and join the back. As a Nigerian, I used to come and straight to the front. And I love my fellow British citizens. They don't say a word. They just give you the look. Like, only the look would tell you something. That's how I went to Nigeria after living here for 9 months. I went to the bank, and it wasn't a bank where in the city where I lived. No, no, no. I think it was a bank in Lagos, actually, where I live now. But it was on the mainland or something. I didn't know anybody in the bank or whatever. I can't remember. I went to this bank and I stood in the line. People were coming and going. I'm coming and going. And I was there for like 20 minutes. And I was like, this is have no respect. Anyway, we're just going to wait. I will get attended to. It was the security guard that came to me and said, Auntie, what are you doing here? And I said, I'm in the queue. The guy burst out laughing. I said, you go there here tonight. That was when it dawned on me that actually I'm in Nigeria. When you're in Rome, you behave like the Romans. So I have to switch, which means that when I come back from Nigeria, for the first few days, some of my fellow British citizens might just think I'm badly behaved. And then when I go to Nigeria, the first few days, my fellow Nigerian citizens might just think, who the heck does she think she is? So you have to balance it out. Living here, the other thing I would say you need is a community. It is lonely. They say London is very busy. London can also be as lonely as it can be. One of the places you can make friends easily if you're a Christian is go to church. If you're a Muslim, go to mosque. And when you're in a church or a mosque, try and belong to a small group. And then at least get to try and know your neighbors, especially if you have some neighbors that are already nice and kind to you. By all means, jump on the opportunity to get to know your neighbors and get to meet your neighbors, because it will help you settle in, because it can be lonely. Remember, the weather changes. And when the weather changes, that's a story for another day. I remember once when I just moved here and it was November, I went to sleep about 4 o'clock in the evening as a student, either 4 or 6, I can't remember. I went to sleep at that time. And for some weird reason, I woke up at 11 or 12 midnight. I thought it was early morning. So I started getting dressed to get ready to go out, to go to school, because I thought, okay, when you go to sleep, it's almost like when you go to work, it's dark. When you're coming back from work, it's dark. So you don't even know the difference. So I did, when I got ready, I had a shower. I jumped into the shower, dressed up, and I was about to go out. And I just thought, let me check the time. It was midnight. So I had to undress and go back to sleep. So yeah, when the weather changes, it can be really funny. So Gigi said, as a student with a citizenship program, as per getting the passport, how often can you travel in and out of the UK? So you're a student. If you're a citizen, there's no limitation. It's like a bus. I call my passport Oyster card, because it's almost like you touch in and touch out. You can go in and out of the country as much as you can. But if you are on a visa, you can go in as much as you can, but you cannot stay out of the country for a period. Is it 180 days? So when I did one of my visas, when I did my second tier 2 visa, 6 months, yes, 180 days. I didn't even realize, nobody told me at the time until I was looking at the criteria and preparing. And thankfully, I looked at the criteria 6 months or so before I needed to apply, because I had a trip coming up. If I had done that trip, I would have been out of school. So I had to table all my trips to make sure it was under 180 days. So you can travel all you want, but if you now travel yourself out of eligibility criteria, it's up to you, which is why most people just do things within moderation until they get their British passport. So now that you have a passport, nobody cares. You can be in and out. I know that with a British passport, I think you can't live in another country for a period, but in terms of for a long, I don't know, you have to choose where you need to be. But in terms of traveling in and out, you can totally do that if you have a passport. But before you have a passport, you need to be careful, because once you elapse that 180 days, then you have to start again. Which sometimes when you now do that and you now start again, situation might have changed. Criteria would have changed. Your personal circumstance might have changed. So it just becomes more complicated and even more difficult. I always say to people when it comes to visas, the time that you're doing it is the easiest time it will ever be. Anytime after that, it might be harder. It never gets easier. It never gets easier. It never gets easier. It's my experience. Two other people have just joined us. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Identify yourself. I noticed that you've joined. That's why I just said it. So tell us where you're joining from. What's your name? And ask us any questions in the comment section. Ask us any question. This is your opportunity to get all the juicy story about my relocation, because I don't think I'm ever going to remember it all. But as you're asking me questions, I'll be reliving the experiences and you'll be getting the tea that you need. So ask me, introduce yourself, and ask me any questions. Which city did you live in? Okay, so I think I've lived in 2 cities since I moved to the UK. 2. So when I came into England, my first point of call was London, because I came in through Heathrow. By the next day, I was on a bus or coach, if you like, National Express straight to Leicester. So I usually say my first point of call is Leicester, because that was where I dropped my suitcase, opened my stuff, because my university was there, and I got my first flat house to be able to live in as a student, and I started life in the UK. So Leicester is one of my first point of call, and I lived there for quite a while. So my uni was a year. I must have lived there 3 or 4 years more. And then after Leicester, I moved into London. And I've been living in London since then. Racism issue, Unko. Racism is here. But the one thing that you would appreciate is that the British culture, everything is undertone. It's very... I can tell you that you're mad without you knowing that I just said you're mad. So it's there. It's undertone. Is there an age limit for applying for college? That's a very good question. Gold Coast Beauty, I would love your help on this, please. If you can share your point of view, because I didn't go to college here, but if you can share your point of view, I would really appreciate. Is there an age limit for college? Part of me thinks no, but I don't know. You can see me grabbing my phone now. Gold Coast Beauty, if you can hear me, I would need your help, please. And when you say college, so let me also clarify, because in the UK and the US, I assume you mean the UK. Oh, for most part, high school offers statutory education for students from the age of 11 to 16, although there's also 6 form centers, 16 to 19. At a further education college, most of the students have already completed their statutory education and are over the age of 16. Okay. So it says that people that go to college are over the age of 16. And that is further education college, because there's also 6th form, which is 11 to 16. But further education college, it says over the age of 16. Well, Gold Coast Beauty, if you can help us, please drop it like it's hot there. Oh, we just had more people join us. Hey, hello. Welcome. My name is Vivian. We're talking about all things immigration from Nigeria to the UK, like Lagos to London. My story. People are asking me questions. So introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. Ask any question. And also, please give my video a thumbs up. And if you like what you see and what you hear, please subscribe to my channel and spread the word. Thank you. Yeah, so Further Education College, yes, over 16, yes. Because I know people who have, I know some people for the purpose of visa, they keep doing a course in a college. Like they're never graduating. But that's my way. You know what Banker said about the education system? In my view, that's an expensive way to live in the UK. Banker was talking about moving illegally is just doing yourself a disservice. Some people have moved, they've now become stuck. They now have to keep renewing their visa. So they're on a forever student visa because they're doing one course in the college, and that is further education college, one college after the other. It's like a hamster on a wheel. You're constantly renewing your visa, constantly doing college courses in the college. You're trying to work. You're trying to. It's difficult. So further education college is over the age of 16. Talking about working and studying. Working and studying. So my experience, like Banker shared, I was privileged. I didn't have to work as a student. I didn't have to pay my own fees. My fees were paid upfront. I was also fortunate. My upkeep was paid upfront, so my rent was paid upfront, and I had enough money to be able to live. But my friends saw an opportunity for us to make pounds, so I worked. Because my visa gave me the entitlement of up to 20 hours, which means I could work as a student. And I just spread those 20 hours into evenings when I either don't have lectures or I'm not going to the library. And I was just, what's the word? I was just curious. I wanted to earn money. So I worked and I earned money. I mean, not as much as Banker shared where she made 20, she was able to save 20,000 in less than a year. That's amazing. But I worked. So are you able to work as a student? Yes, you can. But would you be able to work enough as a full-time student to be able to pay yourself through school? I don't think so. Something will have to give. You might end up, your education might have to suffer. Your education might have to suffer. Can I work with a college student visa? I want it. As I'm not an immigration expert, student visas, typically some will give you opportunity to work. College visa, assuming it's the adult college visa, I'm guessing you will probably get the same 20 hours. But is it going to be enough to fund your degree or your college fees and run your living expenses? I think it'll be a struggle. So the reason why I'm emphasizing this is I heard a lot of people say it when I came to study. In my master's cohort, people said things like, oh, all you need to do is, how did they put it? All you need to do is pay the deposit, come into the country, and then you can work and you can pay your fees. Do you know what happened to them? Some of them had to drop out of uni. And they had to work with 20 hours and work the rest hours illegally. Because in my time, you came into uni in September, or I came into uni in September, the deposit or whatever you paid to get your visa, the uni starts to ask you what's up around November. And then January is when you take your first exams. And then what they did was your pass didn't work. You could not take your exams in January. So some people banked on the fact that there was that Christmas holiday of maybe 10 days and they worked their socks off. They worked hours on end. There's an extent to which you work, you don't get taxed. When you work beyond that threshold, you start to get taxed. By the time they tax you on the hours of end that you worked, plus the fact that you need to pay the rent of the roof over your head, not all of them really had the money to complete their fees. So in January, it was difficult to actually focus on studying for your exam because your pass didn't work. You couldn't access the library. You couldn't come into the business school, and you couldn't even go in and write your exams. So if you can, I would avoid it. If you can. I'm not saying it is not possible. It is a pain. Some people have worked and had to defer their education. Now, I don't know how they were able to now get another visa to complete the education or whether they ever completed the education. I don't know. But weigh the losses. How much you paid for your deposits, your tickets, your rent for the first few months, and then are you going to forfeit all of that? Because if you don't continue with your education, you eventually forfeit it, don't you? And then when you forfeit it, then what? So what was that all about? That's what I think. So yes, you can work, but I would bank on working to support yourself. Stretch, you can stretch it. You can stretch it to working to support yourself in terms of your living expenses. But anything beyond that is quite a stretch and something we'll have to give. I think the other thing that I mentioned yesterday, which I was intrigued to hear had not been mentioned or had not been emphasized, not that had not been mentioned, had not been emphasized, was that to help yourself up the career ladder, getting a distinction was a thing. So if you are getting a visa and you have fees to pay and you need to work ridiculous hours, how are you going to have the time? Are you a robot? How are you going to have the time to be the best in your class to now make a distinction? So unless you want to forfeit making a distinction and then getting a pass like the rest of us did and then starting the career ladder. But imagine if you were able to plan, save, and do all of that good stuff, everything aligning for you. You paid your fees, maybe you work to get your living wage, and then you made a distinction and you get snapped up straight away. Especially if you go to a good university, you will get snapped up straight away. Boma, come and join me. I'm having goat meat stew and rice. Hey! Oh my God. I don't want to imagine what that looks like. I would love to join you, and I'm going to try as a Christian not to hate you right now. We'll carry on eating. I did that yesterday, but today I decided I was going to have my dinner. I might have a cup of tea at some point, but let's keep chatting. So I'm glad that you are having dinner. So, where was I? So I was talking about having a distinction. So please don't forfeit. Boma, they say you're wicked. Like I just said, I'm trying not to hate you because I'm a Christian. So try to have what you have in sight. What's your, if you're going to study and it's 12 months or 18 months, what do you want to get out in 12, 18 months? What do you want to get out of it? Do you just want to try and see if anything goes? If you try and see if anything goes, anything will go. But you want to take your time to plan, do your research, and try and aim for the best. Because I'm yet to see somebody that, I don't know, I'm saying this now and I'm thinking, but let me just say it. I'm yet to see somebody that had a distinction and was given the opportunity in the world of work and didn't see where that distinction stood in for them. I personally believe that if I had a distinction, I probably would have been here where I am now in my career, but I would have gotten here quicker. Because some universities actually give you, they have industry connections. So based on your, what's the word? Based on your university, based on their connection, based on the companies that are affiliated to them, they look at grades, they look at the bright students, and even at undergrad level, they tend to almost offer them employment before they graduate. And that happens for some universities at master's degree level as well. At least I know somebody, or I know a few people that that's happened for. So distinction is a thing, getting the best of grades, because with master's degree, you either have a distinction or you have a pass. There's no in between. So if you can push it and get a distinction, you probably whatever increases your chances. Knowing what you want increases your chances. Putting your best foot forward to pick the university and the cost increases your chances. Studying increases your chances. Doing extracurricular activities increases your chances. So there's all these avenues to increase your chances, because what we all need, and which is why I'm sat here tonight rather than watching a movie or laughing away with talking to one of my friends on the phone or family, is we all just need a leg up. Everybody just needs a foot in. Like, somebody just give me a foot in the door. Like, I can do it if you can just believe in me. That's all we need. So before somebody gives you that footing, have you given yourself all? Have you given yourself every opportunity there is for you to be able to thrive? That's my question to you. So what's the next question? Next question. Wow, there's a few of us here. This is really encouraging, guys. This is really good. This is really good. Next question, next question, next question, next question, next question, next question. Whilst Buma is eating her rice. Next question. Next question. What other questions have we got so that I can drill into some of my memories that I kind of packed away? Next question, guys on YouTube. What's your next question? Ooh. John. Hello, 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 John. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Did you have any ideas about marriage for passports? That thing can go down. I'm not even going to lie. I didn't do it. I've heard stories. Hi, Eminence. Please click the link in my bio and join us on YouTube. This is where the party is going. Do you have any ideas on marriage for passports? You might just meet somebody and the person is British and they marry you and they give you passport. But I know that being married and getting a passport through being married to someone who is a British citizen, from what I recall, is harder compared to someone who's a European citizen. It's definitely harder. Hi, John. Please, you're welcome. We're talking about all things immigration here, so welcome. Tell us where you're joining from. If possible, tell us how you found me, how you found about my channel. And please give my video a thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. So Chichi, back to your question. Do you have any idea about passports? So I know that compared to a European, being married to a European person who has an EU passport versus someone who has a British passport, it's probably easier, I hear, or quicker with someone with a European passport compared to a British passport. I might be wrong, but that's what I heard. Sorry, that's not a lot of information, but I'm not going to try and tell you what I don't know about, just so that I'm filling in the space. So that's what I've heard. But I'm guessing when it comes to dependent visa, the criterias are things like the person has to be earning, your household income, proof of being together, and all of that will be able to give you the passport. So again, research. Mina said, I just need all the info I can get on college. So what college are you thinking about going to, Mina? And what's the purpose? Again, we're being honest here, and I've asked questions like, are you attempting to go to college as an entry to the UK? Or You want to go to college to study something and you want to make a career out of it, which is it? If you tell me, I'll be able to give you some tea on what I know. So the info about college, I can, if you tell me a little bit more, I'll be able to give you some information at least. So give me a bit more info. And John, we're waiting for you to introduce yourself. Give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Tell us where you're joining from, please. I'm liking this, man. It's nearly 9 o'clock and people are joining and joining. So this is interesting, right? I'm loving this. So you want to, okay, so Mina is saying you want to relocate as an entry. Why would you go to a college though? Is it because it's cheaper? If it's because it's cheaper, that's an option. Well, you're going to fall into the trap of constantly, hi Jesse if _Ify. We are on YouTube, so click the link in my bio and join us on YouTube. That's where the party is going on, because it feels rude that I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the guys here. So click the link in my bio, please, and join us. So if you're going to do this because it is for entry routes, when you then graduate from the college, what would you study? And then there's something else about work experience that I haven't touched on a lot today. Because one of the things that will give you a leg up is whether you have a work experience. And the work experience is more, I mean, some people say, oh, well, I only work experience in Nigeria. Have you actually worked? If you've had the work experience in Nigeria, we can write your CV in such a way that we just remove one thing that changes the whole perspective of your CV. And as far as you can talk to your CV, you might even have started the job before somebody realizes that all that work experience that you were talking about, which was relevant for the same job, was in a different country. The one thing you need to do is just remove the location. As simple as that. You just remove the location and that's it. So Yagi Official, hello, welcome. Adeola7, welcome. If you just joined us on Instagram, please click the link on my bio. We are here on YouTube, and this is where we're having all the discussion, because Instagram is just a temporary. I just wanted to turn it on in case anybody didn't get the notification, but we are having the gist here on YouTube. Oh, hi, I'm Liz, and I know Vivian from my True Women group, big sister with the most life. I don't have the most life knowledge. I'm trying to share. Thank you so much, Liz. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please weigh in on these conversations as well. Please, please, please weigh in on the conversation. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. John is a wife to, Boma is John's wife. Oh my goodness. So I literally have Boma's family on. This is interesting. This is about to go down. Okay, John, welcome and thank you for joining us. I hope that you can see that Boma is getting value from this discussion. And Boma says she's eating rice and goat meat. So even all of us here are jealous. But thank you for joining to see what Boma is up to. Hey guys, if you're on Instagram and you can see me, please click the link on my bio and join us on YouTube, because this is where the party is going down. And we're talking about all things immigration, and we're talking about all things career, and I'm sharing my 14-year history and journey and just taking all the questions. So please jump off Instagram, click the link in my bio and join us here on YouTube. So Liz, what have you got to add to everything that we've been saying? I noticed the comment from you earlier on. I would like to hear your point of view, especially on the college bits, because Mina was just talking about her perspective about the college was 2 bits. 1 as an entry, and 2 to be able to build a career when she graduates from college. So Chi is saying, is Europass CV a good resume app? Would it help one's application? What is Europass CV? I don't use any. I just use the classic word for my CV. I mean, I've managed people's career for the last 14 years. So writing CV is like my bread and butter. Criticizing CV is something I love to do. Sometimes these days I don't have time to do it, but I love criticizing CVs because you will be glad I criticized your CV. You know why? Because the person who's going to review that CV is a recruiter. And the person who's probably going to offer your employment is a line manager that I might have coached or have supported. And the person who's going to welcome you through the door is HR, which is me. So you be lucky. You be very lucky that I criticized your CV. So is Europass a good CV resume app? I don't know about Europass. Let's Google it. We're here to learn. Let's Google it. What is Europass? I've never heard of them. Europass. Ooh, I've just seen them. Europass, view the perfect CV for free. Oh my God, it's one of those things that tells you to fill in blank spaces, blah, 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 blah. And then it creates a CV for you. Really? Let's see. So it just kind of gives you a CV template. I was just wondering whether the Euro part of the Europass is because it's something linked. Science robots. How to create a Europass CV. Interesting. I'm just hearing about it for the first time, you know. You know how I built my CV? I just collected somebody's CV that was relating to something I wanted to do. Or I just went online, basically. Let's just say I want to start a HR career and the first job is HR admin, right? So I would just go online and type HR admin CV example, basically, and just send it to Word document. I just copy the living light out of it and start to adapt it to mine. So that's what I do in terms of CV. So I don't know about Europass, but any template is useful as long as you can translate it to yours. And if you have work experience, bless you. If you don't have work experience, please, I would suggest, in my personal opinion, if you don't have a work experience to put on your CV, I would say, please put your life experience. I was mentoring, so I have a few mentees, right? And one of my mentee, when I met this person, they hadn't worked for a while because they're female, they're a wife, they're a mother, and they had young kids. So for a few years, they were focused on raising their family. But in that few years, they had moved house, they had done a lot of work in their house and different stuff. So they decided, from interviews, they were being told, not decided, interviews were telling them that they didn't have experience. And then they met me and we had conversations. And I said to them, what have you been doing for the last X amount of years? And they told me the different projects that they've been running. And I was like, what? You have life experience. So all we did, and this was not working on her CV, this was working on how she positioned herself for an interview. All we did was we converted all those experience into how she managed life, which means she has life experience. And we put them in the bucket called project management. So when next she went for an interview, she came across as somebody who was really good at project planning and project management. And the next interview she went, she aced it, and she's been on the job now for nearly 2 years. So my dear, if you don't have work experience, you have life experience. You just need to word it properly when you're having this conversation in an interview process. So can I send you my CV to criticize? My challenge with criticizing CV is time, because there'll be a few back and forths. But I could help. So send an email to vmat19, vmat19 at gmail.com. I can have a look at it. And don't be mad when I criticize your CVs. But I always say to people, if I criticize your CV, you're in luck, because boy, the next person that you're going to talk to, because what I tend to do with CVs is I bring what you already have from inside of you so that you can bring it to the fore, especially if it's in relation to where you want to go. That's what I do with people's CVs. But I haven't done it for such a long time. I think the last person that I did a CV review for actually paid me because I needed to spend that time editing my video. So they had to pay me. So I paid somebody to edit my video. That's how much time can be a challenge for me. So Chichi said, my sister in Ireland used it. It was compulsory for them to use Europass format. Oh, that's the first time I'm hearing it. I didn't know about it. Oh, hey guys on Instagram. Sorry, I'm just chatting away here. We're on YouTube, so click the link in my bio and join us on YouTube. This is where the gist is happening. So, okay, so she made you do hers as yours as well with the Europass format. Okay, interesting. Never heard that before, but we learn every day. Oh, Liz said you need a company to sponsor. Oh, good. So tier 2 visa, you need a company to sponsor you for tier 2. I think what I had all this time was tier 1 because I sponsored myself all through. So yes, you need a tier 2 visa to get. And Liz, what is your point of view lately with the current pandemic? Are tier 2 visas on hold? Are companies still sponsoring? I know that people can't travel, but are they? Is this still happening? Do you think? I don't know. No, I say I don't know. I don't know why somebody is ringing me from Nigeria. Who is that? Why are you ringing me right now? I am on a call. So, sorry about that interruption. If they ring again, I might put myself on mute to pick it up because I don't know why they're ringing me. But anyway. So yeah, so I don't know. I say I don't know, but actually, yeah, I know a few companies that are still, if not for the borders being shut, are interested in bringing people over because they're desperate for the skills that the people have. So potentially, it's still happening. But oh, hold on, let me put myself on mute. Hold on. Right. So if you're on Instagram, please click the link in my bio and join us here on YouTube because this is where the gist is happening. Instagram is going to go off soon. So Liz, yeah, oh Liz, thank you. So for those who want to relocate to UK legally, the UK Border Agency, which is the UKBA, has a shortage occupation list. Thank you. Which you are likely to get a sponsor if you fall into that category. All right. So, Timmy, where's everybody that was looking for this information? Let me just go on the UKBA and find this link. So, shortage, shortage occupancy list. UK. Okay. I'm on it right now. I'm on it. UK tier 2 shortage. Can you guys still hear me? I noticed I put myself on mute earlier on. Can you please still hear me? Tell me in the comment section if you can still hear me. So UK tier 2 shortage occupations list. Ha! It's on whatpermit.com. Wait. I want to read it and I'm going to pass you guys the information now. Please note that this has been updated with the latest changes of 7th of October 2019. Where's the list now? Oh, biological sciences and biochemists. Wow. Physical sciences. So biological sciences. Somebody asked me about medical jobs, right? Okay, thank you. You can hear me. Somebody asked me about medical or health related jobs, right? So biological sciences and biochemists, all the jobs and occupation within this code, yes. Entry is 22K, experienced worker 29K per annum in pounds. Okay. Physical scientist, engineering, geologist, hydrogeologist, geophysicist, geoscientist, geochemist, technical services. Oh, physical sciences in mining industry. Wow. Okay. Civil engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. Are you kidding? This is a whole lot of options. Design and development engineers. Liz, thank you so much. Production and process engineers. Engineering professionals not elsewhere qualified. IT business. This is interesting. We have IT business analysts, architects. These are like all the jobs that everybody else can get. Programmers, software development. Oh, I know that programmers and software development professionals have always, well, since the world of where everything is an app, these guys are always in demand. Web designer, IT, medical practitioners, psychologists, veterinarians, veterinary doctors or practitioners, medical radiographers, occupational therapists, speech and language therapists, nurses, secondary school education teaching professionals. You kidding me now? Musicians. I hope Timmy can still hear us. This is impressive. Art officers, producers, and directors, all jobs in this occupation code. And the salaries are entry salaries, welders, chefs. Wow. Okay, I'm going to share this list with you guys now. We want to thank Liz for sharing this information with us because even I didn't know it. Like I said, my experience is from very many years ago, so I'm not. Wow. Okay. Liz, you are a lifesaver. Thank you so much, is all I can say. Tier 2 occupation. So now we have Liz, who is another person giving us all the tea on immigration and questions. So guys, please send your questions. I'm going to put this link now into the chat. To UK shortage occupation list. Paste. There you have it. Wow, that is interesting. Oh, girlfriend, thank you so much. Thank you. See, that's what I told you guys, that I might not know it all, but I will know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. And this is just from one of my circles that 2 people have just showed up and are giving us all this information. So you better ask all your questions now. I didn't even know. Because I thought when the visas got interesting after post-study work was removed. So the last time I took track of how visas were doing, post-study work was removed. You couldn't get onto the tier, the highly skilled visa scheme. And I just thought, what's the point coming to study in the UK? And I was discouraged for anybody that wanted to come in and study. But I didn't realize that they've actually revisited it, and somebody mentioned it yesterday. KPMG even has their KPMG has a whole lot of information on their website, because obviously they use international skills as well. So I guess that is some useful information there. Immigration rules, shortage occupancy lists. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to send you guys this link. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm going to send you. I always trust the UK government website whenever I share information. So I'm going to send you. This is from the info on shortage list. Okay, so this is straight from the horse's mouth, the UK government website. Hey, Lami Jane, darling, MS White, hey, Ayo Official, hey. We are on YouTube and we're sharing vital information. So click the link in my bio and join us here on YouTube, because all the information that we're sharing here is not happening on Instagram. Instagram is just saying that we're doing something. Oh, see the way my face is. My face is. So that information I've just given you now is from the UK government website. Like, it does not get clearer than here. Wow, this is impressive. And they even tell you the code. So I guess when you're applying for jobs, you almost have more information to kind of weigh into your application, or more, what's the word? More confidence. And I can tell you, for someone who lives here, some of the salaries, entry salaries that they've quoted, is not out of the ordinary. It's not out of the ordinary. So, Liz, thank you for the information on the shortage occupancy list. I had not looked at it for a long time, but I'm glad that you shared. So, guys, any other question? Because this information is coming out, and I've just checked related searches. I'm sure you can find for other countries as well, but I can only talk about the UK, obviously. But if you're interested in other countries, you'll be able to find this information. Any other question? I like how people just join on Instagram and then they come and meet us on YouTube. I love it. I love when it goes empty on my live, because people are joining on YouTube. So if you're joining us from Instagram, please introduce yourself so we know. Job in demand in the UK 2019. Project management, business analyst, data scientist, software engineer, mechanical engineer, accountant, graphic designer, software developer. Probably right. Probably right. I'm looking for the part where they're going to say HR. Nobody said it. This is sad. This is sad. Human resources is not classed as job on demand. This is very, 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 very sad. But who cares? We're still in the profession. We're still in the business of doing the job. Who cares? Who cares? So I would say, ask your question. You never know who's listening. You just never know who's listening. Any other question? Come on, guys, take advantage. Any other question? Bam, 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 bam. Ba, 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 ba. Any other questions, people? I'm really pleased to see this shortage list because I wasn't aware of it before. Like I said, I stopped following immigration because I literally just got fed up of the whole thing. But yeah, I'm glad that it is a thing and it's available. Do, 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 do. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Ask your questions away, guys. Ask your question away, guys. Yeah, ask your questions. Ask your questions. I think I want to put a cup of tea. I want to put a cup of tea. I want to put the kettle on for a cup of tea. Is that time of the day? So ask me your questions. Go and ask me your questions. Who else is eating? So that we don't all look at yeah, so questions, guys. Tell me. Ask me your questions. Ask me your questions. Ask me your questions. I'm going to put myself on mute for a minute. Baum Vein O. Hey, please click the link in my bio. Let me just check that that link is working. I think that's how people have been able to come here. Click the link on my bio and you'll find us here on YouTube. Let's just check. Yeah, it's working. It's working. So please click the link in my bio. You find us here on YouTube. I'm gonna put myself on mute and get myself a cup of tea. But you guys keep asking the question. 1 second. Oh shoot, I have been on mute. I'm sorry. So Metro Gypsy, I just responded to your DM to say that I am interested, and thank you very much for reaching out. I would love to hear what they want to talk about. So I've sent you a DM now so that I don't say I will and I eventually forget. And I was just about to collapse my children here. Mm-mm. No. My family members, please stay where they are. So yes, I'm interested. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that I've been on mute. Can you guys just see what a colleague just gave me? Can you see this? This is what a coach colleague gave me. She literally handmade this. I am a coach and gave it to me as a gift. I think it's so beautiful. I think it's so beautiful. Like some people are just gifted with art and they can just draw and make the simple things look elegant. And I decided I'll put it into my glass vase there because I have some flowers in there and the flowers can lit up. Yeah, I have some flowers in there and the flowers can lit up. So some days when I want to remind myself, I just lit the flowers on. So they're battery powered and I have my empowered and I have my strength and I have my I am a coach. Yeah, I just digressed there. I thought I would tell you a bit about that. So yes, Metro Gypsy, I've just responded to I've just sent you a DM to say yes, put me in touch. Let's see what they want to talk about. And guys, ask away your questions. I'm here. I made myself a cup of tea. My British self is coming through. I made myself a cup of tea. So I'm here. And there's 9 of us. Oh, wow. Even at past 9, there's 9 of us. Interesting. If you're here, drop me a hello. Let me see who is here. I know Metro Gypsy is here. I know Good Cause Beauty is here. Who else is here? Drop me a hello so I know who's still with us. It's quite a few of us for this time, which is good. I'm not complaining. So ask me any questions and let me see what I can remember, especially if you can't hear me because I put myself on mute earlier on. Hey, hello, chick. I put myself on mute earlier on and I didn't realize that you could not hear me. So it's good that you just said hello because then I know that you can hear me. And everyone, have you given me a thumbs up today? Have you given me a thumbs up? Right, let's think about immigration challenge. So I mentioned that I couldn't go for my father's funeral because my passport was with the Home Office. And I had a contemplation whether I should pull my application, go for my father's funeral, or not go for my father's funeral, which is not going to happen again, and wait to get my application to come through. It was a dilemma. It was challenging to say the least because I am my dad's favorite. I know that, my siblings know that. It was the whole pay the last respect thing, but visa was a challenge. What would you have done in that instance? Because I remember my friends were also in the same dilemma like me, and they were like, okay, you have a choice. We can pull the application out, which means if you go to Nigeria, you might not be able to come back in. I can't remember whether my visa had run out then. Because if it hadn't run out, then I'll be able to come back in, but it'll be tricky. But if it had run out, if I go to Nigeria, I won't be able to come back in, but at least I would have paid my last respects. Or we are where we are. Your visa is with the Home Office, your passport is with the Home Office, wait it out and miss the funeral. What would you have done? Tell me in the comment section. What would you have done? I'm going to get my nails done so I can stop biting my nails because I just gotten into this habit again recently. And it's just very annoying that I can't just see something without trying to bite it. So what would you have done? because I know what I did, and that's one of the things that nobody tells you when you think about wanting to try and get a visa in a country that's not your country of birth. That's one of the things that nobody tells you, the dilemmas that nobody prepares you for. But what would you have done? Would you have pulled your application so you can go and visit? Would you have waited and maybe not go for the funeral? So that's one of, every time I look at my passport, and I'm grateful for it, that memory comes back to my mind. Because if I took a different decision, I might not have it now. So that's a challenge. And the other thing I would say is, you know, when people always talk about use a solicitor, I would say use a solicitor for your immigration advice, but let the solicitor be your second. How do I put it? Don't leave your fate in the hands of the solicitor. I did it and it bounced. It literally bounced straight back in my face. So don't leave your fate entirely in the hands of a solicitor, because they might have the experience, they might have the expertise, they might not even do. They might be mistaking your circumstance as somebody else's circumstance. So you want to be sure what they're doing. So after my lesson, what I then do is I do my research, I prepare all my homework, and then I go to a solicitor pretending that I don't know what I need and just wait to hear them confirm. If they're going left wing, I'm done. If they're singing from the similar song sheet and they're able to point out the things that I've missed out, then I'm in. That's the way I've been able to get out of it. But I had to suffer. I remember having a conversation then at the time with this solicitor that actually messed my application up. And they said to me, this person that was advising me at the time said to me, no, it doesn't matter. Just the solicitor, let them know, do what they're doing. They know what they're doing. So I gave my entire visa and all my information to the solicitor without checking, and they put the application in. And I was in court of appeal because my application was denied. So that's one lesson I learned. Elizabeth has come back to answer Mina's question about adult education. I guessed, yeah. So I only guessed because I thought adult education. I've heard some people who are of a certain age still only talk about going to college and doing adult education college courses. So there's no age limit. Thank you for confirming that, Liz. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have an 80-year-old lady in my college class. Wow. That's impressive. That is impressive. It doesn't matter whether it's Scotland or anywhere. That's impressive. 80-year-old in a college class. That is impressive. That is very, very impressive. At 80 and they're still in college. Wow. That's what I call a life of never-ending learning. No pressure to the rest of us that are not 80 yet, Sha. But that woman is giving us a run for our money. So that is impressive. Thank you for checking and confirming that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Any other immigration hints? Metro Gypsy, what's your immigration story? What's your tips that you would share for somebody who is thinking about relocating? I don't know if you were born here. Is there anything you're comfortable sharing that you'd like to share with us? We would love to hear. Amina, I hope you have seen Liz's confirmation that there is no age limit to adult education. That was your earlier question. That there's no age limit to adult education. Okay. I was just checking whether, yeah. Okay, cool. What, Agwan? Why are you shaking? Like, what's shaking you? Why is you shaking? So what else? What else? What else? What else? Oh, I remember the days when, see, Google has not been my best friend from today. Google has been my teacher for a very long time. I remember then when somebody asked me a question in the work front about anything relating to human resources, the first thing I do is I Google it. And recently I was having a conversation with somebody who had painfully done a research and was giving me information. It was so annoying because it has now become second nature, especially because I work in the technology space. And when you work in technology and you work with really smart consultants, you have to be on the board. So this person had spent their time researching this information to share with me. As they were giving me the information, I was researching their research. If somebody did that to me, I'll be so upset because I'll be like, why did I even bother spending time to do research for you if you're going? And when the person said, wait, Vivian, hang on a second, I'm talking to you and you're researching what I'm telling you. So you're researching my research, and I'm like, sorry, it's just a bad habit. So Google was my best friend for my early days in my career. And every now and again lately, I still Google stuff. I can't say that I'm over it yet. I still Google stuff, but it's not as much then because then I used to do how to everything. You tell me, oh Vivian, we need you to do this thing. No problem, it can be done. Just as long as you leave me with a computer. Just make sure you leave me with a computer because I'm gonna Google that stuff and I'll come back to you with the workflow. And I've come to the conclusion that every time I say this, somebody says that I shouldn't downplay my job or my experience and all of that. That it sounds like I'm downplaying it. Okay, I'm not downplaying anything, but I'm saying that almost anybody can do anything. You just need to be smart. Ah, we've had two new people join us. Oh, hello. Introduce yourself. Tell us your name. Tell us where you're joining from. Give this video a thumbs up. If you already like what you hear or see, subscribe to my channel and spread the word. But please don't leave without giving the video a thumbs up or telling us your name and where you're joining from, because I can see two people have just joined us. So please welcome. Oh, one more person has just joined. Well, welcome. This is good. Or maybe someone who's been here before but left and came back. Welcome, welcome. We're still on the matter of career and immigration story. So yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I tend to say that almost anybody can do almost any job. I say almost because I couldn't be a nurse. I could be a phlebotomist though, because I'm a microbiologist. I'm a biologist at heart and I have experience being a microbiologist, actually working as a microbiologist. So I could do some laboratory work. I could do some tests. I could run some tests. I can take your blood. I can, yeah, I know some really basic stuff that I can do. So when it comes to science, maybe not any job, but I feel like almost anybody can do most jobs. So Liz says you can work with student visa if your student visa is more than 6 months. Yeah. For 20 hours during term time and full time during vacation. Absolutely. I agree. And I think when we're talking about it earlier on about people who want to work and pay their way through school, you can do 20 hours. You still have to study during term time, but I know people who during holiday they knocked it out of the park. But remember that after the holiday comes exams. So when you knock it out of the park and you're able to now pay something towards your fees or pay your living wage at least, what happened to the time you were meant to study with? I think you have to weigh what works for you. But yeah, at least thank you very much. That's very, very true. And yes, I had 20 hours. And it's interesting because I also heard that there were student visas without 20 hours of work. And I was like, I don't understand. Are you saying that everybody's parents has money to pay their living wage? Because living wage was not cheap. I think my student halls of residence was, this is many, many years ago. So guys, forgive me if I get my figures slightly wrong. My student halls of residence was £50 a week, I think. £50 a week, yes. £50 a week, which is £200 or maybe just over £200 a month. Yeah, so my student halls of residence was £50 a week. So if that is just over £200 a month, how much? Yeah, I don't know. How are you going to survive on paying your fees and paying your living wage at the same time and being able to get a good grade? Oh, Mina, I can see that you're here. So you've seen Lizzie's response to your question. Thank you. So yes, you can work. You can work during holiday, but the first holiday I had was Christmas. Great. I can see that you're here. Good. The first holiday I had was Christmas, and it was a couple of days. It was like just under 2 weeks. And straight after Christmas was January exams. But the summertime was about, because my master's was a year. So summertime was coming towards the end. You had 3/4 more to go, and it was more your dissertation, or for those that had opportunity to do internship for a month. You did internship for a month, and then you did your dissertation, hoping to submit for October, November graduation. So for a 1-year master's, you didn't really have a lot of time to work, unless you're doing master's part-time. Like Banker was saying earlier on, she was doing master's part-time. So unless that. Ooh, I can see two more people have joined us. So Boma said I was out for a few minutes. Hope I didn't miss anything much. Boma, you have gone to look after your family. Welcome back. Welcome back. Just scroll down the comment section. You can see Elizabeth has put some nuggets in about Tier 2 visa sponsorship occupations lists. And she's also responded regarding whether you can work during term time or non-term time, depending on the visa that you have. So she said she's confirmed that you can work for up to 20 hours, and that's still on. And I've just shared a few of my stories. I'm just sitting here loving the fact that I'm reliving those stories and that they are in the past. Because I promise you, I knew that God was faithful. I knew that he that began a good work is going to complete it. I knew that the glory of the latter house is greater than the former. For those of you that are Christians, I'm just quoting all the scriptures. I knew all of that. But you know how in the moment it doesn't actually add up. When you are in between trying to get a job, you have a visa situation, and then maybe you're not even settling well in the job. Oof. I mean, when you have a job and you're having challenges on the job, that's one thing. When you have a job and you're not having challenges on the job, and you now have visa situation, gosh, it's like a double whammy. But it's possible. It happens and people survive it. So I wouldn't worry. Banker is back. It's possible to work and study. It's possible to work and study if you plan it well. I agree. I totally agree with you, because when you shared your story, I think you just removed all the impossibilities from a lot of our minds. I had 3 young children whilst doing my master's, and I could make sure everyone went to bed at 8 p.m. Wow. I don't like the word superwoman, but I just wanted to talk about superwoman again. I would sleep until 12 midnight, wake up and study from 12 to 5 a.m. Monday to Friday. Wow. 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 And you know the beauty of determination Banker, the beauty of determination is there's an end goal. It's not forever. And that's how I look at phases in my life when I'm working towards something. I just say to myself, in 9 months, this thing is going to be over. In 24 months, this thing will be behind me. But that was a lot of planning. So everybody went to bed at 8. You were strict. And I like what you said when you joined the call earlier on, where you said you didn't do, there was no opportunity. Sorry, one second. There was no room for frivolous spending. Even when you lived from outside Dublin and you moved to Dublin, you knew that you didn't need a car. You knew that you had planned your money, you had planned your savings, so you knew. That is the mindset of somebody who is prepared to take the risk. And it paid out. 2 master's degree. And see, I only have 1. And I've recently put myself in for a postgrad. And I don't have 3 children yet. In fact, I only want God to bless me with 2. But every day I sit down and think about the essays I'm about to write for my postgrad in coaching. And I ask myself, Vivian, who sent you message? So what I like to know, Banker, is what was that thing? What drove you to do that? What drove you to do that? Because you did your first master's and then you chose to do your second master's part-time with children. The children were coming, you knew they were there. What was it a driving factor to get a better life for you? Was it you knew you could do it, so you had to do it? Was it something you wanted to do to inspire your children? What was it? Because there must be something that you look back and you're like, yep, I ticked it. And that makes me feel fulfilled, because that is a lot of determination. I mean, I only have a HR career, a YouTube channel. I say only, it's quite a lot. I have a HR career, a YouTube channel, and a coaching business. I know within myself that the moment I pop my first child, my YouTube channel will not suffer, but it will be managed by a team. I have told myself that much truth. So, bye guys, you said I wanted to do an MBA initially, but the uni told me that it wasn't possible at the time. Oh, so you were challenged. So you now did a first degree and then did an MBA. Wow. Well done. And there's something about my thinking about MBAs. Did you do an MBA with work experience? Because I find that people that just come out straight from uni and just go and do an MBA, sometimes even a master's, but let's just say MBA. MBA is a bit advanced. That's how I see an MBA, that you need a bit of experience. And I'll tell you why. So my experience is probably why I'm saying this. So you had to do a master's in business studies, finish that, and then move to do an MBA. Boza! Banker, 12 boza for you. I can't even shout, so my neighbors will not call the police. Well done, Ma. Well done, Banker. Well done. It worked better. Well done. Yeah, because I feel like you need work experience. Because there's this guy, when I was doing my master's degree, he was doing an MBA, and we had a module that we took together, organizational change. The guy is the only person in that class that fully took advantage of the lecture. He was an MBA student. He was working. He had been working for a longer time. When I listened to the quality of his questions, he was coming from work to school once a week, and he was bringing his work problems to the professor to solve. That's when I said, if you finish your first degree and you just wake up and go and do an MBA, you don't even have any use for the MBA first. So I agree with Gold Coast Beauty. MBA is definitely recommended that you experience is definitely recommended ahead of an MBA. Because see, we're talking, when did I study? 2007, 2008. I am not forgetting about that guy, because it's like me. Okay, so I've just trained professionally as a coach, right? And I've spent, it was supposed to be 3 months. It ended up being 5 or 6 months. The way I showed up in my class was to solve the world's problems that I've seen. That's how I showed up in my coaching program. I didn't show up reading theory, and I love my training provider because they were giving us experiential learning. So I had a coaching client this morning, today actually, and one of the tools that I used with this client is something that I had experienced. So all of my coaching was a lot on experiential learning. And because I'm experiencing it, I'm actually bringing real life situations into the classroom to try and solve them. That's what this guy did throughout my organizational change. I used to hate on the guy. I used to hate him because the guy would just show up. And then we're talking about change and psychology of people and the cycles of change. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm digressing, guys, from immigration, but we're also talking about career, right? But the guy is talking about psychologies of change, the processes, the timeline, the impact, the detractors, the influencers. And this guy is saying, so are you saying that we have these 3 people on the board, and this person seems to be the person who everybody listens to, and in this circle, this person hasn't come around yet? The guy just brings his world problem, and we spend 45 minutes every week solving his change problem. And the guy goes away smiling. He was an MBA student. The rest of us, most of us, didn't have work experience. Totally. The rest of us did not have work experience. And I felt like that guy gained the most from that module, organizational change, because I didn't do anything about change management until 5-6 years into my career. And then that's when I was remembering what I was taught. So, like I said, I eventually did executive MBA that has really helped me in everything. Where did you do your executive MBA? I would recommend an MBA. I mean, if I went and did an MBA right now, ooh, I would love it. Apart from the fact, if I don't have to do an essay, then we'll be all right. Honestly, if my postgrad certificate in coaching didn't have to do with MBA, I'll be loving it. But because it has to do with essay, not MBA, sorry, it has to do with an essay, I'm not excited every time I think about the fact that I have a postgrad, but I'm gonna have to write the essays anyway. Gold Coast Beauty said, I went to do an MBA 5 years after graduating. Now you're talking. Now you are talking. 5 years after graduating. Excellent. Excellente, because you have experience, you have something to compare notes with. I felt like in my master's degree, I'd not worked in the corporate or anything. I only ran family business. So they were just talking at me. They were not talking to my problem. I didn't even have any problem to bring to the table. It was just, okay, sounds interesting. I was just, from my master's degree, I was just eager to actually get my teeth into HR and be what it means to be a HR professional. But the rude awakening was that my first few jobs was HR administration. So all the MBA, all the change management, all the accounting for manager module, all the modules that we did, none of them were relevant for at least 5 years. And I applaud myself that I could still remember when I started doing change management. I wish I had kept, I think I did. I think I kept some of my uni notes, because I think I still one day went to refer to some of them, because that was when it started to make sense. When somebody talks about the change curve, when somebody talks about the relevant stakeholders, and I was like, which is why the initial question, which was a HR degree, I'm like, do you need a HR degree or do you need a HR experience? if my child wakes up to me today because their mother has had a good run in the HR profession and says, "Mommy, I want to do a HR degree," I'll just ask him, "Do you need a degree or do you need experience?" And I'll just find the HR department that'll give them the opportunity to start from scratch and maybe do certifications later. Because HR for me is very practical. You cannot read my job in a book and go and do it successfully. Forget it. You learn by doing. You need that experience. You need to be in the forefront of things. You need to get the understanding, the psychology of people. You need to have been in the firing line to learn something that can add value either to your current job, your employer, or your next job. So I'm glad that we're all agreeing that you need MBA experience to be able, you need experience to be able to be successful, to be able to get value out of your MBA, because I still see a lot of people stroll out and say, "I'm going to do an MBA." I'm like, "What experience do you have?" Nothing. Please don't waste your money. Liz is saying, with college, if you want it as an entry, you would need the future plan. Mina, I asked you the same question earlier on. What is the plan? So I am very pleased. Really? Someone just sent me a message that I consider rude. So I am super pleased that Elizabeth is dissecting exactly what I'm thinking. So Mina, let's sit on your issue this evening and let's see how we can all contribute and support you to be able to help you uncouple this college that you want to get a degree. And Elizabeth, Mina has already said earlier on that she wants to use the college as an entry route into the UK and also to build something. So I guess your question is very relevant of build what? So Mina, if you want some free counseling right now, it's not counseling, free support, let's talk through what you're thinking so that we can crystallize it. This is your chance. Gold Coast Beauty said, yes, I never understood why an uncle of mine used to say, go and do a HR degree. Like what? Learn on the job. Exactly. Used to say, yeah, go and do it. Like what? Learn on the job and acquire certification for sure. HR degree, not on my watch. Nobody I know is going to get support from me to do a degree in HR. In fact, after your A levels, I don't know how I'm still not up to speed on the education system, but do your highest secondary school, sixth form, whatever. Once you're done with that, get yourself straight into, oh, I have a ladybird in my flat. Interesting. So get yourself straight into a job as a HR administrator. Do that for a bit. You get promoted into a HR officer or officer, then maybe advisor or specialist. Then go and do a certification. Then go to the next level, which is HR business partnering. And then you can be a HR business partner forever. Or you can be a HR director, up to you. And depending on what the company structure of HR, because HR hierarchy can be very interesting. So Elizabeth said, in the UK, coming in as an international student, you need to progress for your visa to be renewed. Yes. For example, from college to undergrad to master's to PhD. That is my challenge now. See, Liz, what you just said is my challenge, where people end up in the cycle of the college was cheap, so you paid for it and you came in. And some people may already even have had a degree before, so they're now taking a step back to go to college for the sake of that was a cheap entry to come in. And if you don't progress, you're doing yourself a disservice. And what Liz has just said is very true. So after to continue to renew your visa as an international student, you need to keep progressing. So after college, the expectation is you might want to go and do a degree. And after an undergrad degree, you might want to do a master's and a PhD. Imagine you already have a degree. You now go to college. Then you now want to force yourself to do a degree. Are you making progress like that? And then now do a master's. You might as well just define what entry is going to help you based on where you are. So that I always say to people, do not discard your previous experience. I just remember the Bible verse that came to my mind now. Don't despise the days of little beginning. I don't know if it's relevant or if it's needed right now, but I just had to say it. But do not see when you're leaving Nigeria or any part of Africa to move to the western part of the world, as much as you can, do not discount whatever qualification you had before. It is still relevant. If you think it's a shortcut to actually go and do a college because it's cheaper, you might be ending up doing yourself a disservice, because then you have spent how many years to do your degree, plus the strike if you studied in Nigeria and you went to a public school. And then you're saying, okay, so I'm starting all over again. To where? Because the visas will not renew themselves. The visas need to be renewed on a criteria. And what is the criteria? You don't know. So, Liz, thank you for that hard truth there. Your visa may be denied. Otherwise, as of next year, you are allowed to apply for a postgraduate visa after you complete uni. Gives you, I think, 2 years, and you're allowed to look for a job. Yeah. So isn't that the post-study work? I think that's what it is. Yeah. So you get that for 2 years. You can look for a job. If you get a job within that 2 years, you can self-renew. That's what happened to me. You can self-renew, or you can get a company to sponsor you, and then they take up your visa problems from there. So please, so Mina, I hope you're still here, and I hope you're reading this. I would totally advise you to please don't discount your first degree. I think you already have one in Nigeria. See whether it's a master's that you want to do, or whether you want to do a degree all over again, depending on capacity and fund. But I would rather do something that gives me the opportunity to not discount my past. And Elizabeth, please throw some light. When you say postgraduate visa, are you saying that you need to have studied here to get the postgraduate visa, or can anybody from any country just apply? Because I think you need to have studied here to get a postgraduate visa. Otherwise, you're on a highly skilled migrant visa is the other one. Please tell us. Tell us. Yeah, so Goka's Beauty said yes regarding the HR experience. I don't think anybody needs a degree to do HR. That's not because HR is not that important. It's just more practical. HR is not a university type thing. If you went to university and you went to study psychology, you went to study anthropology, you went to study humanities, you went to study behavioral science, you probably have more savvy, emotional intelligence, I think. That's just studying HR. But certification from CIPD is useful, because I remember at the beginning of my career, the first thing a recruiter asks you is, are you registered with CIPD, or do you have a CIPD qualification? Of course, I have masters. My masters gave me opportunity to register for CIPD. But what I've been doing with the CIPD till today, I have no clue. I just have it there. I said I was going to pursue my qualification so that I have a fellowship in CIPD. But now that I'm swinging towards coaching, I don't know if I'm going to do that again. So Elizabeth still say yes, it is, but absolutely with the careers in the shortage list. Some are using the opportunity of working from home to recruit from international borders. Okay. So the graduates, okay. So the postgraduate visa after you complete the uni. Okay, that's good. That's an opportunity there. So Mina, I hope you're still here. I hope you can hear. So Chichi is asking, is there a minimum age limit to undergrad? Would you have to account for the time in between your high school and your degree? Elizabeth, we need your expertise here. Is there a minimum age for undergrad? Minimum age limits. I think you probably mean maximum age limits, because minimum is, I think it takes, you get 18 to get into uni here. Yeah, so maximum, if that's what you mean. Elizabeth, please help us here. Is there a maximum age to undergrad? I don't know. For masters, I would say no, because anybody can have a career break or have a studying break or have work experience. Okay, so Chichi said maximum, yeah. So I'm guessing you said maximum. So for masters, I would say no, because my expectation is that you get experience. For undergrad, I guess if you're of a certain age and you don't have an undergrad and you're applying for an undergraduate degree, let's just say you're 30. I don't know about the maximum age, but you sure need to have a good enough story to explain the gap. And as long as your story is your honest truth, I believe that you stand a chance. So Gold Coast Beauty said, I met a man who went to do his undergrad in his 80s. Impressive. We've also just, Elizabeth has also shared about a woman who did her, who went to college in her 80s. So, but I'm wondering whether the undergrad that you're referring to, Gold Coast Beauty, is like open universities or adult student. That's the one I was looking for. Yes, Banker has just confirmed it. Once you're 21 and above, you can apply as an adult student. Yeah, that's the one. So yes, as an adult student, you can be any age. Because I know someone who's in their 30s and they went to Burbank and that's where they graduated for their first degree. His parents did not allow him when he was, oh, his parents didn't allow him to go to uni. And then he decided to go at 80. Bless him. I'm impressed. So yeah, as an adult student, yeah, but I think there are certain universities. I'm guessing there are certain universities. I'm just putting my mind and thinking in my uni, the undergrads. But I know that as an adult student, yes, you can. You can. And there's always, yeah, I'm quite impressed with that story. There's always, like I said, I shared earlier on about personal statements, right? So make sure you have your personal statement and your personal statement is true to you because that's your reason for what you did. And nobody else can own that reason. Nobody else can own that reason. So please, please own it. Absolutely own it. So Elizabeth said, oh my goodness. Girl, you kept this one quiet. So just as a background, Elizabeth is into immigration law. So she has a knowledge on this and she's an immigrant herself. Elizabeth, please, we are asking you to come back on our live because you've just been chipping in. And I'm like, I'm trying to think. Like this background is it's a bit solid, it's a bit detailed. And now you just managed to introduce yourself. Girlfriend, I'm going to ring you after this live because we want you back because I like the fact that you're an immigrant yourself and you are an immigration lawyer. Guys, this is good stuff. Like, I am so happy right now. I'm so happy. I am so happy right now. Like, so happy right now. I am so happy right now. Girl, you kept that one quiet. You did keep that one quiet, but we ain't gonna let you go. We're not going to let you go. So yeah. Yeah, we're not going to let you go. Please send me, drop me a line. Okay, so we're gonna come back to you. We are going to come back to you because all our questions are going to be answered by an immigration lawyer. Elizabeth, just so we're clear, right? We're going to be doing this live every day in August, like every day in August. And August starts from Saturday. So I'm just going to keep my laptop stationed. My chair is my chair. I use it for all sorts of things. YouTube, God chair, everything chair. So we would love you to come back. And this time, I would want people to send me their immigration questions and you can answer them because we now know your background is immigration law. Yes, Good Cause Beauty is excited because she was one of the people that suggested this regular regular YouTube stream. And when it was suggested, I was like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? So Banker said, my brother-in-law is currently studying for a nursing degree at 49. He's graduating next year. Wow. People do change career at any age, and that's what I did as well. Oh, yes. So Banker, I totally agree with you that people have, when I was thinking about venturing into doing training professionally as a coach and building a business and a career as a coach, I was like, oh, I'm in my 30s. Is that too late? La, 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 la. And then I was chatting about it to one of my very wise friends. And this person said to me, excuse me, in your career lifetime, you are able to have up to 3. In fact, in his words, minimum of 3 careers in your lifetime. Dr. Beatty said the Olympics might be cancelled, but we are totally here for Vymart Summer Marathon. Yes, yeah. But we have to bring topics. We have to invite people. We have to keep it interactive because I just feel like I can't believe I have a platform where I can just sit down in the comfort of my house. Everybody sits down in the comfort of their home, no pressure, and we just bring up a topic and people are just getting wisdom from it and just learning stuff, and I'm learning as well. So I'm really pleased. So yes, you are able. I have now come to the conclusion because I was like, oh, I've done HR for nearly 15 years. Am I just going to pack all of that? And this person was saying to me, why do you think you need to pack it? You don't need to pack it. You just need to, you literally just need to, you just need to basically bring that knowledge and experience into your next career. And Banker, just out of interest, what did your brother-in-law do before nursing? Because it's always relevant. No experience is irrelevant. And yes, you can start a career. So if you're here and you're feeling discouraged and you're thinking, oh, maybe it's too late to start something fresh. No, it's not. No, it's not. They are transferable skills and they are relevant. Because one thing you might find, so a good example is I was at a conference last year or 2 years ago as a HR business partner. Yeah. As a HR professional, I was at a conference where one of my business group of business analysts, they were doing their conference and people were giving different talks from different industries. This lady showed up to talk about the pharma and healthcare industry and talk about lots of things in the labs, in the laboratory. And the floor was quiet because at the time it was a niche. There was only a few people. 75% of everything she explained, from the crowd, I'm not a business analyst. I was a HR person, and my relationship with that conference was, it was my business group organizing it. So I'm going to show up to support them. And I was talking to her and back and forth and back and forth. And then towards the end, she then said to me, sorry, which part of the business are you aligned to? And I was like, I'm the HR business partner. And she looked at me and I said, I have a background in medicine and I have a first degree in microbiology. And then everybody went, how did you go from that to HR? Please tell me. So I love it. I love it when people feel fascinated that I went all the way from microbiology to HR. So if I can bring my microbiology experience to talk in a conference of business analysts because they were talking about pharmaceuticals and I could totally relate to anything that has to do with laboratory and testing, trust me, anybody experience is not irrelevant. So Banker said they're transferable skills. I totally agree. He worked in oil and gas. You will be so surprised that a situation will come up where he needs a mixture of skills of somebody who has experience in oil and gas industry. And this is where I want to say this. This is where your gift and your experiences make room for you, even when you don't think they will. Because the person, there will be a job. I was talking to somebody recently and they said something that got to me. They said that the job that they were approached for, it felt like the job description was designed around their skill. So now this person who Bankers just talked to, her brother-in-law, who he has a background in oil and gas and now graduated as a nurse next year by God's grace. There will come a time in his career, very likely, where there will be a situation that needs a combination of oil and gas and nursing, and he'll be the only one that can fulfill that job. I have seen that time and time and time and time again. I have seen that time and time and time and time again. I met a fellow coach who said she admired some things about me, and then we were just talking and talking, but we flowed a lot, and I was like, what is it about you? And then I realized that she has a background in biochemistry. And she's a coach. So she's been coaching a lot in the biological science, medical biological science field. And I was like, see, it always relates. So so Mina said, I'm back. I intend to move up to undergrad after college. Okay, so Elizabeth is on to you, Mina. So Elizabeth said, Mina, this will be natural progression, yes? So you will go through the same process as any student applying for uni in the UK. Note that your fees will be higher than the British citizen. Yes, that's true. I think when I did my master's, the citizens were paying pennies and we were paying 3 times higher. And now I think the British citizens' fees have gone up, but international students are also still higher. So Buma's question, are there diploma courses one can study that is not necessarily masters? Diplomas. I know that there is a postgrad diploma that you can do for 6 months, but I don't know where that leads to. I know somebody in my uni at the time who did a postgrad diploma before I know somebody in my uni who did a postgrad diploma before doing a master's and then doing a PhD. So there is postgrad diplomas and they are for like 6 months, but they run out very quickly though. I like Banker's question to Mina. I told you, Mina, we are now on your matter. Today, we're going to, by the time we're done, you'll be clear on where you're going and you have sisters supporting you. So what's your long-term plan? So Elizabeth said, you'll be able to apply to renew your visa after college once you have been accepted by uni. Yes. And you will renew a couple of times during your 3 or 4 years. Yes, that is so true. That is very, 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 very true. Very, very true. Yeah, you keep renewing. And I think if you do, so if I know people who did A-levels and did uni and did masters, by the time you're doing your A-level, uni, and masters, you are coming towards the 10-year mark, which means that by the time you get to 10 years or close to 10 years, you would have gotten the residency. Oh, you want to do phlebotomy? Oh, I know a friend. I have a friend who's a phlebotomist actually in a private hospital. But I think she's a European citizen. Phlebotomy. So 3 or 4 year program. Now you'll be able to apply for the post-work visa, yeah, where you can look for a job or you can continue your education. Yeah. Oh, I'm loving this. I am loving Elizabeth just on bells and whistles tonight. I want to work either as a phlebotomist or a nurse. Mm. Mm. I'm just thinking. A phlebotomist is one part. A nurse is rounded because a nurse can also do some of the things that a phlebotomist can do. If you can find my vein, you are the cream de la cream. Gold Coast Beauty. See, I'm a microbiologist. One of the things that I take pleasure in is phlebotomy. And I promise you, I can find any vein. Unless it's those ones that is so hard that they have to scrape your scalp to find the vein there. I can find it because my veins are visible until you need to take a blood sample. That's my experience. My veins are visible until you need to take a blood sample. So if I can find my vein, I can find your vein. So Banker is also saying you can get a scholarship to study here. Oh yeah, there's scholarships. Sometimes there's part scholarship, there is subsidy. You might be lucky, full-time scholarship. I mean, if you can, I don't know. I also feel like if your grades are very good, those things contribute towards you getting scholarships as well. Yeah, because I know that one of the companies that I used to work for could give you a scholarship from second year of uni. I'm not saying this is the case, and it wasn't. It was more we recruited kids into consulting straight from uni, and it was cheaper for us to recruit them straight out of uni because once they got out, everybody wanted them. So we recruited the very smart kids straight from uni. Yeah. So yeah, so Banker is also saying there's always uni scholarship, especially for Commonwealth countries. Yes, I've always heard people got scholarship, but I used to wonder why I never got one. I'm like, why did anybody leave me behind? But again, I didn't get a distinction. I did not get a distinction. Neither did I come out of my uni in Nigeria with the first. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Banker. Please send me the link and I will put it on here so that Mina can look at it. Yeah, you can get scholarship. I mean, there's scholarships that's based on quota, there's all these different rules, and the scholarships, they keep increasing every day. So you never know which one might work for you. So I would definitely say do it. So phlebotomy nursing, I'm just wondering, because nursing seems more rounded. I'm almost selfishly saying, why don't you go for nursing? But follow your passion, follow your dreams so that you don't have to work any day in your life. It's also a thing. Follow your dream so you don't have to work. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, Mina is grateful, guys. No, thank you for asking the question because some of us know these things. And what use is it if I know it and somebody else needs it and the person doesn't get it? I mean, I thought I had forgotten about all of these things. And I genuinely thought nobody needed any of these expertise until somebody asked the question yesterday. So I decided to open the opportunity to do a series on my channel where we're just going to talk about all of these things. And I will try and answer all of your questions. And where I don't have the answer, I'm not going to pretend to know it because, see, now Banker came, she gave us some useful, nuggets. And Elizabeth is just told us who she is, which is the kind of people that you actually pay. If you were to contract Elizabeth's services, you ain't gonna be paying small money. So she's just sat today and giving it to us for free. And I like the fact that it's also coming from high experience as an immigrant, because I think if you're not an immigrant, if you're born here, you don't understand. You don't understand. I can try to explain it to you, but you don't understand. You don't understand. So Chichi is asking, can one work in a college? What do you mean? Like get a job in a college? Like, oh, you can't hear me? Oh my goodness. Am I on mute? I just become relaxed and I sat back. No, I don't think I'm not on mute on purpose. Please tell me if you can hear me. Can you hear me? I've just become comfortable. Like, this is my second life, 2 lives in a row, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna sit here. Can you hear me? Oh, you can hear me. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I thought something had happened with my laptop. So Elizabeth, sorry, I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. Yeah, okay. So Chichi's asking a question. Can you work whilst in college? Yes. And Elizabeth is confirmed that yes, you can work. So thanks for confirming that you can hear me. Yeah, you can work, because I think Elizabeth already put it up at the top in previous comments around you get 20 hours of work to be able to work during term time, and then during holiday you can work full time. So let's say you have a part-time job whilst you're studying in term time. Once it's holiday like Christmas or summer or maybe even Easter, you can actually work full time, work as much hours as you can, so that when it comes back to term time, you go back to 20 hours, because the 20 hours is just enough to sustain you, really. So yeah. We have done 4.5 hours. Oh my goodness. Has anybody else enjoyed this? Because I can see how it's possible to do this every day in August, because I can just finish work. My desk is here, and I'll just switch over to here, and we can just be having conversations. And if at the end of August people still have immigration story, I cannot help you. So if you know anybody that wants to migrate or is thinking about it, oh, you're enjoying it. Oh, thank you, Mama and Chichi. So if you know anybody that wants to migrate, like I said, if I don't know the answer, I can phone a friend. And Elizabeth has just signed herself up because the next time, we're going to bring Elizabeth up on a phone conversation, and we're going to go, girl, this is the question. We need your response. Yes, that's how we're going to attack it this time. So we have somebody who's an immigration lawyer and an immigrant herself. It doesn't get better than this. I promise you. It does not get better. And the beauty of immigration advice is that it differs from person to person, but at least you're getting a general sense of some of your questions, which you can then take all of these answers and weave it into your own particular story, do your own research, and then build, hopefully, what you want from here. So, Biker said, Mina, people, Mina Pepo, are you based in Nigeria? Yes, she is. I think she said Port Harcourt. If you are, you can do a diploma in nursing. Ah, yes. That is true. You can do a diploma in nursing. Yes. If possible in Nigeria, then get a sponsorship or scholarship to come here. That could work as well. Okay. That is, yes, because nursing is the same everywhere. You just need to do a conversion exam, or how did the doctor say it? I know my friend has a doctor that moved to Canada. She talked about having to do some transfer exam. Pass that exam, it qualifies her to be a doctor in Canada. So yeah, so you can do a diploma in nursing, and then come here to complete your studies. Nurses are always, oh yeah, if there's one thing I knew from being a child is that if you want to live in the UK or in the US, nurses are always in demand. Like, we don't have enough. And even with the current pandemic, we now know that the important jobs are nurses, doctors, healthcare professionals, and delivery drivers. Everybody else, the rest of us, we just have a job to keep the economy running. The important people, the very important, the VIPs are the healthcare professionals and the delivery drivers, and maybe the warehouse staff as well. So, like I said, my younger sister is also a nurse here, and she worked in a bank in Nigeria. She did a nursing degree here, though. Really? Huh. We just talked about having multiple careers. Yeah, you can. I know people who have done nursing. I know somebody who has a degree in Nigeria, has a master's here, and now went back to study nursing and is now practicing as a nurse. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all. Because I feel like I remember when I graduated in Nigeria, the popular job to get was banking. Even if you're an engineer, you just need to write those exams and you can get into banking, or you need to have a connection or know somebody that has a lot of money in an account and they're threatening to pull their bank balance to another bank, and then you'll be given a job. At least that was my experience, because I was at the airport really moving myself from Nigeria to here to do a master's degree, and I got a call that I've been offered a job in a bank, and I was like, I'm about to board the flight and I'm going abroad. I don't think I'm coming back for 12 months. So you can give the job to somebody else. And thank God that job didn't come before I got my visa, because if the job had come before I got my visa, I would have contemplated whether to stay back and work in the bank. And I think if I stayed back in Nigeria, I'd have been an entrepreneur rather than working in a bank, to be fair. But it was just good to get a bank job. It was just the first corporate job that was out there. So yeah. Yay. This is fun. Like, this is fun. This is fun. So, Mina, you can see that you might be able to do a diploma in nursing. In the process, at the back of your mind, you know that you want to move here. So you're already looking for scholarships, opportunities, and then you can do a conversion, because nurses never grow old. This nursing career. And because nursing is a vocation, that's the other reason why I like it. It's a vocation. You can do it for a long time. It's like the reason why I decided that the next career for me to do was to venture into is something that I'm not only passionate about, but something that's more like a vocation, is because I wanted to build a career. I'm in my 30s. I want to build a career that at 85, I'll still be confidently doing it. And that's, for me, is coaching. And it would lead me into being academia. That's why I'm doing a postgraduate certificate in coaching. I might do a second master's in coaching. I don't know. I might end up writing a paper and doing a PhD. I don't know. I'm open to all of those things. But for me, I wanted a vocation, something that I just continued to build on. And I just feel like when I look at my HR career, I've done well. I've enjoyed it. I've excelled. I've had my challenges. I've climbed the ladder. And I can see the top of the ladder. And I'm wondering, I don't know if that's where I want to go. So rather than just going one final step up, I'm kind of like, we're just going to look this way, and we're going to take microbiology, a bit of medicine, microbiology, HR, coaching, academia, guest lecturer, public speaker, author. The list goes on. But it's all just going to be vocation, and I will do it. 85, I will still be able to lecture. Thank God that they've now introduced Zoom. So we don't even need to leave our houses. Yeah. Gold Coast Beauty said that would be great. Do all of them. Thank you. So yeah, that's I'm putting it out there because that's where I feel like my life is going, and I feel like it's what I need for the next phase of my life, really. Especially when I think about building a family. Oof, I don't think I want to still be running from pillar to post at this stage in my career life. My child has a play at school and I can't attend because I have one meeting now. Nah, it's not that deep anymore. If there's anything this pandemic has taught us, is to value the things that are important to us. So for me, family life and family time is key. So I'm building a career that gives me, by God's grace, the opportunity to be involved in that and enjoy that. Because I love and how I'm building my coaching practice is pretty much virtual as much as it's face to face, so that I can be anywhere in the world. I just need to get myself into an office and coach and get out. And that's it. And with my YouTube business, my YouTube space, I just need to get myself into a space, film, and get out. So yeah, that's me. So Mina, I don't know if you've seen Banker's suggestion about a diploma in nursing, because that's an opportunity. So Elizabeth said, for those going through nursing routes, you can come into the UK if you have a nursing degree in Nigeria. Yeah. You need to write a few exams and an English exam. Do you need to write an English exam if you're coming from Nigeria? Do you know that thing just annoys me? Because I'm like, we speak English. And my degree was in English. And when I think about when I came to do my master's, people came 4 weeks before me. Because I remember at the airport, the guy was like, oh, why are you turning up on the 25th of September? Your uni started 25th of August. And I was like, that's 4 weeks of English lessons. Excuse you, I'm coming from Nigeria and we speak English. And I was exempted because my degree was in Nigeria. My degree in Nigeria was taught in English. So why would you not need to do an English exam? Because if your degree was taught in English, surely that proves that you are able to read and write in English. That's just I don't know, I'm puzzled by that. Nigerians having to write an English exam in English. I totally agree with you that you would need to write a few exams to be able to convert your nursing degree to the UK, obviously. But the English exam kind of throws me off a bit, because I'm like, my degree was in English. If you can get a nursing degree in English in Nigeria, because all the degrees I know that happen in Nigerian universities is in English. So I don't know. I'm a bit about that particular, and I don't know why, because I keep wondering why people are asked to do that. I don't know why people are asked to do that, because I feel like it's not a fair representation of our degree. I don't know. 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 So, yeah, why do we need to write a test, an English exam? I find that, I find that a bit, is all I can say. I find that a bit like, what's going on here? Yeah, I don't know. So, Banker is saying That for me is the best way to go about it, as you won't be paying the fees that are quite high. Yeah. So Mina, studying in the UK obviously is high fees unless you have the bank to roll. Nobody's stopping you. But actually the alternative is to do the diploma or whatever you can in Nigeria, knowing that UK is the option and you can just have the UK or the US at your rear view and just continue to work towards it. Oh, Mina is here. I'm loving the fact that you are a good student today. Like you're just drinking all of this advice and saying, see, yesterday we started this conversation by talking about women supporting women. Honestly, the support does not get better than this. I am so pleased. Honestly, I'm so pleased that we can have these conversations. I am super pleased. So please, I hope you're getting the gist and your network doesn't stop you from being great. So yeah, I totally hear the suggestion of studying partly in Nigeria. The fees are obviously cheaper. You have the advantage of maybe living at home, subsidized expenses, and then you can just almost come here or write the exams from there, move here, work in, and then you can continue. People have nursing degrees. I know somebody who has a nursing degree and she wants to further study within the nursing field. So that's option. So I would say do that. 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 Oh, this has been so good. I cannot believe that we've been sat here for nearly 5 hours just chatting away. This is amazing. This is back to back, you guys. Yesterday we did it. Today we did it. Like, who's this girl? Who's this girl? Like, who is this girl? And this is actually a lot more fun for me because I feel like when you shoot video and upload, interactions are on there, but people comment and you can come back and you can respond and it's there and it's edited, so it's looking next to perfect. But on live, you get to see me. Like if I did my intro, hey guys, welcome back to my channel. It's your girl Vymart. How are you doing? You can see me. If you have questions, you can ask me. I can clarify. We can just sit down. So, for August, I'm talking about August like it's in 2 weeks. And by the way, I'm not talking about August in terms of entanglement. So please. So for August, what topics do we have in mind? Do we want to continue immigration series or do we want to bring other topics in? And I'm just seeing Mina's question. What's it like running your own business in the UK? That point is always. I remember someone once said to me, what did they say? Somebody once said to me, what's it with you about working for people? You have experience, you can run your own business. The thought of running my own business always just makes my heart palpitate, is all I can say. Because I don't feel like I am knowledgeable enough, but I think that's a lame excuse I've given myself for years. Because now I have a coaching business that I have to run. But there is, and Gold Coast Beauty, maybe you can share a bit of light here because you run your own business. So please jump on here and help us out because I am a baby. I'm teething when it comes to running my own business. I just feel like the paperwork, I don't want to be behind on the tax man. I have a full-time job, so I need to make sure I'm declaring my taxes and my earnings in the right places. Just thinking about all of that just gives me a headache and I'm just like, I'm not going to do it. So that's been my barrier. And yes, Mina, you are so right. Here in Nigeria, almost everyone can jump on any business and you're good to go. It's easy to start anything. You need a bit more structure. You need a bit more documentation here. And you need a bit more integrity. Yeah, you need all of that. Unless you have a market that's going to buy from you, regardless of your, but it will still catch up with you because the tax man is not smiling. One thing that I learned, so I joined Patricia Bright's course, and I recommend it actually, about starting and running your own business. One thing she said to me that actually stuck was, when you get businesses like my YouTube channel and my Amazon, um, my Amazon, what's it called? What do I have? Amazon storefront, where if you guys click on my link, I'm going to put the link here so that you can follow me on there. If you click on my link on my Amazon front, if you click the link on my Amazon front, I get paid a commission every time you shop. What Patricia Bright made me understand, helped me understand and appreciate actually, is every time you get paid, it is coming from somewhere, a company for instance, and that company is then documented who they've paid. And then because that company is documented who they've paid, somehow, so just somehow, I don't know how, it's linked to you that they paid you. So somehow, sorry, 1 second. I'm just typing the link. So somehow it links back to you. Oh, sorry. I'm going to put the link later because I put it just now and it was too long. Okay. So that's my Amazon storefront that I've just put the link on here. So when you shop, the usual stuff you buy from Amazon, I get paid a commission or a percentage or whatever. What Patricia Bright helped me understand is when Amazon pays you, however often they pay, when they pay you and they declare their accounts, somehow from a taxman perspective, it is linked that you were paid and you are signed up to them as whoever. So when you then don't pay or get your accounts ready, it's waiting to bite you in the back. So it's the account bits that gets me really hung up on running a business. So Gold Coast Beauty said running a business. Yes, Gold Coast Beauty just said, yep, it links back. It's a 6 cycle. So it's not like Nigeria where people pay you in cash or people can pay you and da, da, da. You have to have your accounts ready. You have to. So Gold Coast Beauty said running a business is not for everyone. Do people run their business from their homes without stress? Yeah, so definitely ensure that you build in processes from the beginning. Yeah. You need processes and marketing is queen. Yep. Yes, you have to document everything. You have to keep receipts for at least 3 years because the tax man can request for it. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. So yes, you can, but documentation and marketing is king if you want to run your own business. And you might be able to run it from your home. I mean, your space. I coach from my home. So that's me running a business from my home. And when my YouTube platform starts paying, I'm running it from my home. So you have 9 months and 1 day to prepare your company tax returns from end of year. So you see, just thinking about that 9 months and 1 day that you just said, my head is just like, I'm not interested. Just make me a pay as you earner. and let everybody be happy. So as you've just said that, now my mind is just going, oh, for God's sake, I can't be asked. Yeah. So what you exactly as you just said it now, my brain is just like, oof, I don't want to be. I'm not like I'm not interested. Let's just leave it there. That's what I'm gonna have to because now I have a business. I have an active business that does not. I don't have a choice than to run a business. So, yeah, I need to find a way to make that happen. So yeah, so Elizabeth was responding to yeah. So Elizabeth was responding. Banker said, Elizabeth, for me is the best way to go about it, and as you won't be paying the fees, which is quite high, talking about degree nursing degree. And yes, Elizabeth agrees with Banker exactly. I have a few people who have done it and it was a good transition. Absolutely. It's a cheaper way to actually achieve the same outcome, because I feel like the number of years you used to study nursing in Nigeria is about, if not similar to what you used to study nursing in the UK, and then you don't have all those fees and maybe debts to your name. Talking about opening, running a business, Gold Coast Beauty said that's what the accountants are for. Yeah, which is why. But you need to be careful when you bring the accountants in. I'm going to engage an accountant who is a specialist in small businesses because I'm literally just starting out. And for the love of Christ, please, please, please. I have a lot that I need to expense out. If we even start from there, I have a lot of expenses that needs to go into the business before the business even starts making profit. But then I need to save those receipts and I don't know where they are. So I need to start by opening a business account so that everything is accounted for separately, because I'm one of those people that would want to save my tax somewhere so that when the tax man come, before they even come knocking, I'm just like, there you go. I don't, because these taxes, when you miss them or you think you're playing the fast one, when they're ready for you, they will not add the interest. All the money you thought you made will be out of the window. And then my second concern about the running your own business is the cycle. So you have to do business development. From business development, you have to do marketing, business development, proposals, get the work, and then do the work and bill for the work. The cycle continues. When do you rest? I know nobody does. I know nobody does 9 to 5 these days. But at least when I work for a company, I'm not bidding for my job, if you like. But I might attempt to doing associate work as a coach so that I am kind of like an umbrella company of coaches that outsources coaches. I might look at that. So Gold Coast Beauty say, I do my own bookkeeping, then leave the sign off to the accountants. Totally agree with you. Yeah. So yeah, I might, because I have another friend who is, for the longest, she's been a sole trader or self-employed, one of those fancy names. And she does all her accounting. Like she's not into the habit of keeping her receipts. For her, that's the first part, because at least when you ask her, she just spreads all her expenses out and they go from one account. And then if you have all the smart apps that can appropriate your spendings into different categories, then it helps you to account for what you've done. So Gold Coast Beauty is saying, yes, take your tax money out and save first. Yes. I'm so not. In fact, even the one where you do the whatever, because I'll charge my clients with things like X fixed amount plus tax, that plus VAT. It's not. I'm not interested. I don't want the money. As they're paying it, it's going somewhere. It's not my money. It's for the tax man. So please be going, because I don't want to pretend that that money is my money and then I need to pay it back. So no, I'm not interested. But yeah, we'll see. Having been a full-time employee for such a long time, having to juggle that and then start my own business, and then I need to look at conflict of interest. I need to look at timing. There's all these things I need to look at. So yeah, in my view, from where I'm standing, it ain't easy, but it happens. So don't let me stop you from running your own business. So yeah, any other career advice? or question. Ha 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 ha. Na, 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 na. Exciting times for me. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to do it. I have a business. I'm a coach, so I have to charge people. We're going to have to try it somehow. So yeah, I've been putting it away for so long, but after doing this, I'm just like, hey, so what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Like, what are we gonna do? So yeah, we're gonna do it. We would do it. People have done it before, so it's not new. People have done it, so it's not new. So Elizabeth, please send me a DM. We need to chat. We need to chat because we're bringing you back. And you know how Banker jumped on the call and she just gave us some tea. I'm sure people are going to send me questions and DMs. I've dropped my email. We're going to bring you back because we want to use your expertise. If you don't mind, please. Because sometimes it helps when people just ask, when I'm reading the questions out and you're kind of responding, it kind of just helps. Wow, guys, we're still here. Like it's afternoon. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. Yeah. So, should we spend a couple of minutes getting ideas from you guys? What do you think we should do for August? So, one of the things we can do. Imagine that we're doing this every day. In my head, I'm thinking maybe 4 times a week, so that I'm probably gonna do 4 times a week. Mina says, thank you everyone again. I look forward to another session with you all. I've enjoyed being able to share, being able to take your questions and also learn from some of the questions that you've asked. So thank you. Yes, we're going to keep doing live. So please make sure you've subscribed and turn your notification on because we're going to spend most of August on my YouTube channel, I'm not going to be having time to be advertising constantly. So once you have a notification and I'm on, you will be notified and you can join and we can just chat. So thank you and all the best. I want to know how you get on. If you get stuck at any point, by all means, come back to us. You have sisters here, you have friends here, and we'll all be willing to help you. Okay, thank you. Hit that bell, hit that notification button. That's where you know somebody is a notification gang member. So let's have a quick family meeting. August, one of the things we can talk about is immigration career stories. I can bring a few people who are immigration experts like Elizabeth here and a few other people. Okay, Chichi has sent me an email. Okay. Should I check it now? Or should I check it later? Should I check it now? Or should I check it later? Let's see. That's my email. Come on, where's the email? I'm just checking. Please check your email, Viv. Okay. Chichi, I can't see an email. That is, hold on. No, Chichi, I can't see your email. Maybe it will come through, but it hasn't come through. Vymart19. I'll type it in again. Vymart19 at gmail.com. That's my email. Send all your questions to there and also follow me on Instagram. Oops. That's my email. Sorry, I didn't spell email correctly. But vmat19@gmail.com. So Elizabeth, I'm sorry, Chichi, I haven't got your I haven't got your question. I haven't got your email. So please check that you have the email. Or if you go on my hold on. If you go on my I can't speak. If you go on my Instagram and just hit email me on my Instagram. If you go on my Instagram here and you hit email, that's the same email address that you're going to see. So yeah, let's continue with the family meeting. Ideas for August. I'm opening my notepad so that I can take notes. I'm a good student. I like to take notes. YouTube live stream ideas for August. August 2020. Ha! Are we really going to do this, you guys? Are we really going to do this? Okay. So topics for August. We've already talked about immigration and career stories or advice. Okay. Okay, so Good Conspiracy said topics for August, review something. Okay, reviews. Okay. What kind of reviews? Favorite summer song memories. I would love that. But my problem with song memories. Now, this is where you guys are going to find out how wacky I am when it comes to songs. Because I feel like I hold on to old songs and I don't let them go. I don't even learn new ones. Dating tips during apocalypse. You mean lockdown? Okay. I'll add it down. Dating tips during apocalypse. Make a reaction video. React live. Live reaction video. Okay. Okay. God. You know my problem with live reaction video. My challenge with live reaction video is what is said on the internet stays on the internet. And sometimes my reactions might not correlate with how I wanted to say it. But I guess it's a challenge, right? So we can do that. So I've just written a few things out. Immigration and career story advice series, reviews. What kind of reviews though? Reviews, favorite summer song memories, dating tips during the apocalypse. I didn't realize that that's the times that we're in. And then live reaction videos. I think I'm okay with most of them. That live reaction videos and dating tips, I don't know if I am the best person to give this advice, but I don't know. Review a book or a podcast. Ooh. Now, I've just started. So I was not a big Michelle Obama. Sorry, not Michelle Obama. I was not a big podcast fan until I listened to The Growing Woman, which is run by one of my friends, Chipapa, and Michelle Obama's podcast. The first episode I listened to it yesterday just before my live, and I was just like, this is amazing. Like, Barack shared some things around the reason why he was going about the things that he was doing was because he didn't want to. If you go very far, you can't go very far. If you go alone, you won't go very far. And he didn't want to be old and lonely. That's the reason why whatever he's done, he does it with a sense of community. That was powerful. So maybe I can listen to podcasts. My only challenge now with that is you guys will have to have listened to the podcast, or I can tell you my perspective, but I can't really play it. I don't know if YouTube would give me a strike. Ah, Elizabeth, thank you for confirming. Yes, 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 yes. You need to have studied here to apply for post-study visa. Oh, girl, you are so thorough. Like, this is how you know a lawyer. You are so thorough. Like, you will get to the bottom of it and you will get. I love solicitors because we are thoroughness. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, Good Cause Beauty, that's my challenge with reviews, because unless I can put it in my ear and I can talk to you guys about it, but then would you know what I'm talking about? I don't know. Well, we can try it. We can try it. I want to do most of the things that I would have done as a sit down video. I want to do them as a live video because I want to talk to some things. I want to get you guys response. I want to get perspective. So a good example is there is two topics on my mind actually, and maybe we can do this from next week. So one of them is uh the only way I can explain it is your line manager doesn't like a snitch. So I remember having a conversation with somebody who ended up not snitching. Ended up not snitching in the end. But when they came to me, they were like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. And I was like, why do you want to do it? What do you think is gonna, by the time I asked them a few questions, they ended up not doing what they wanted to do, which was to snitch on their colleague. And that's because I intervened. And I've been meaning to do a video about the fact that you're a snitch means that you're giving your line manager more work. You're not a team player and nobody really wants to hire or work with you. So that's one thing on my mind. So that was one topic. And then another topic was what was the other topic? The other topic was it's just gone off my head. Somebody sent me another thing around, oh, people always ask this question, how do you find a mentor? How do you find a mentor when there's nothing you can give to the mentor? I was like, everybody has something to give. So that was another topic on my mind. So I might actually broach that next week as our opening for August marathon series. Oh my God, scary, but we're going to do it. So you've just said opinion or calling, like you've been doing. Okay. So just bring up a topic and ask for people's opinion. Yeah. Okay. I like that. I like when people are able to call in, which is why I created a Skype account specifically for YouTube live stream, because I couldn't figure out the Zoom thing. And maybe because I'm doing it regularly now, I might be able to figure it out, but I've not been able to figure it out somehow. So I might do that. But I really want to talk about the next live, which I think is going to be. So we said every day in August, and I said that translates to 4 times a week. So I'm probably going to do one on Tuesday and on Wednesday, because Thursdays are my Connect Group days. So today, the reason I'm here is because we didn't have Connect Group today. So my church family is important to me for my personal, spiritual growth and that feeling of community. So I think next week, which is the beginning of August, and then I would, maybe I don't know. So maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm thinking to bring Saturday in it, and then Sunday. Gold Coast Beauty, are you sure we can't do this? Are you sure we can do this? Okay, so Elizabeth has come back on. Vivian, no, you can go into uni at any time. You might need the grades to get into uni, or you can prove your eligibility with employment and some entry exams as an adult student. Thank you. That is useful. Thank you very much. Oh, Chichi said I should check my email now. Okay, give me 1 second. And Banker said, discuss how to diversify or start a new business post-pandemic. That is a topic that even I would be interested in. So how to diversify. Yeah. Oh, I know somebody who's a good person for this. Or start a new business. She's a fellow YouTuber. Yeah, she's a fellow YouTuber, and I think she's called Extra Step CEO. Pandemic. I just need to secure some time. She's based in Canada, so this works because if we have it till midnight, she can join late. So she is a good one because she's always, I mean, I've never thought about farming. I've never thought about selling stuff on Etsy. She just comes up with all these amazing ideas. And I'm like, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it. So she would be a good one to bring in. Oh, Chi, I got your email now. Yes, I got it. Okay. 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 Let me just respond. Yeah, got it. I'll find time to review and come back to you. Yeah, I got it, Chichi. Yeah, cool. Got it. Got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for sending that. I've got it. Yes, I like the idea on how to diversify or start a new business post the pandemic because one thing we all know for sure is that jobs are gone and jobs are going to keep going. People are going to be out of jobs for real, for real. And it's going to bite very hard. So I guess we can't all just sit down and pretend. We need to help each other. So I'm going to ask Funlola and see whether she can dial in, call in, share her point of view, because she does a lot of videos. So I would love a collaboration with her. So yeah, thank you. Any other idea? Any other idea? Oh, I'm liking this. We're having a pool. This is a family meeting. So that when we get to the end of August and we've actually just done back-to-back life, you guys would know that I didn't just wake up and say, I woke up like this. I did it by myself because behind every successful business, there is a whole community behind them. So you guys, thank you so much. Any other ideas? I like the people dialing in to share their opinion. I found yesterday's conversation really interesting because there were divergent views, and I got DMs afterwards and messages saying, Vivian, that was a great topic. We liked the focus. There was different perspective, and I guess I'm here for it. I am very, very here for it. I really want to learn. I want to meet people. I want to, like I said in one of my Q&A where I said, where I see my channel going is similar to Steve Harvey's Ask Steve, where you just bring your questions. And with a lot of humor, Steve Harvey just shares some wisdom. Like the way he answers the question. Sometimes I wonder how the person feels. Yeah, so I think my channel is going in that direction. But let's not rush it. Let's take it one day, one step at a time. But I would need you guys to sort of give me ideas because I can't do this by myself, you know. I can't do this by myself, even if I tried. I would need your help. I'm gonna need your help. So, any other ideas? What would you like if you were stuck in the desert with my channel only to watch? What would you want to see? Tell me. You are stuck in the desert and all you have access to is the internet and you can only watch my channel. What would you like to see? Tell me. Tell me what you want. And now we can discuss it. Tell me what you need. Thank God for working from home because tomorrow morning I'ma just roll out of bed and roll into my first call with no video on because I need time to catch my breath. But at least I have a good, I can still have my 7 hours of sleep, so that's good. This is why I'm so thankful that I have this platform because I'm just gonna sit here every day. People can be in their pajamas. people can, yeah, everybody can. You don't have to be, yeah. Oh, receiving direction from the Holy Spirit. Okay. Should we take it to church? I'm adding that. I'm adding that to the list. Okay. We're taking this to church. Receiving, oh, I can't type. Direction from the Holy Spirit. Someone once said to me recently that, oh, Vivian, I thought your channel was about faith. I haven't heard you talk about faith for so long. And I said, sometimes I feel like I was running out of what to say. I'm giving you something to think, to go and listen to. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me, and at least YouTube cannot give me a strike because it's me singing my version. Oh, we need faith-based conversations. Okay. Okay, I've added that down. Yeah, we need faith-based conversations for sure. I'm here for it. I mean, I'm a Jesus baby, and if you know me, you know I'm a Christian. I'm not ashamed of it, because if not, Jesus will be ashamed of me on the day. So please, I'm not about to be ashamed of God right now. That's the one thing that is permanent in my life. That's the one friend that ain't gonna leave me. So yeah, faith-based conversations. Yeah, I will be totally up for having that conversation. And it's always interesting when you hear different points of view, especially when it comes to faith. Oh, what does the Bible say about this? What do you think about that? Woo. And it's not only going to be my opinion. So as long as you guys are suggesting, it means that you're interested. So you're going to spread the word, you're going to dial in, you're going to give your perspective. It will be really appreciated. And I just want to say, keep the suggestions coming. But thank you so much for today. Like, I remember 4:45. What was I doing? I was listening to a YouTuber. No, I actually joined a call at work. I had to jump on a quick call, 4:45. And I was like, oops, this is when this person is available. I want to finish work at 6 so that I can join on my live stream, but that's when they were available. As I joined, I was like, when I finished that, I had 10 minutes or 5 more minutes before this call. I was like, so what if I show up and nobody asks questions? And then I was like, that's not possible. But it's possible, I can just show up and nobody cares. But 2 straight days. Yesterday we did 5 hours. Today we've done 5.5 hours. And people have come in, they chimed in, they asked questions, they've gone away, they've had dinner, they've had a shower, they've come back. It's impressive. I don't feel like I've done anything other than sit down here and just chat away. That's all I've done. And Banker, thank you for joining in. Elizabeth, thank you for your expertise. Please send me a DM. Let's have a conversation. And let's see how we can bring you into our next immigration series, so that you can actually dial in and answer people's questions, and I can read them out to you, and that way it's easier and you can just give your perspective, because I think it's very much needed. It's very much appreciated. It's not something that we have enough of, and which is what my channel is about. I look back and I think about me 10 years ago. The people that inspired me helped me to be able to be focused on what I wanted to be truly, but there were certain things that were not available that I could relate to. So when I finally gathered enough balls to put myself on YouTube, put myself on Instagram, I told myself that I was going to, be true to myself, so that somebody who is also looking for somebody with my composition that they want to be able to relate to will find me in my entirety. And this is why the focus of my channel is creating content for Africans in diaspora and in Africa. And every time I shoot a video, I'm shooting a video for the 25-year-old me or the 30-year-old me. Because at those times I had needs, I had questions, but nobody was talking about it. And especially when it came around self-awareness, people were not, nobody cared. Some subjects were still a taboo, but now it's better. So this is my contribution to the world. So I hope that we're not just here to burn time and gain watch time with YouTube and get monetized, but more importantly, we're able to build a community and we're able to share knowledge and just be better together, because I believe strongly that there is strength in numbers. So yeah, this is why I'm here. So thank you, Good Cause Beauty, always coming through, even with your busy schedule, because I know that you're a boss babe and you're bossing it out there and you're able to come in. Banker, this evening, honestly, you've just, yeah. I know when somebody said, oh, do you have anybody from Ireland? And I was like, I can ask, because for me, I always feel like I don't need to know somebody. But when you ask the question, when there's a will, there's a way. When you have the need, the supply will come. So that was the reason why I said, okay, let me know in the comment section if you want to know anything about Ireland and I can find somebody. And just then, Banker just popped up and I was like, what? What are you talking about? What? And yeah. And we did it. And then Elizabeth was giving some wisdom. And I'm like, what's background? Is either she's an immigrant or, and I hadn't even clicked that we're in the same True Women group. So women, supporting women, see how far we can go. I couldn't have just sat here by myself and spoken to myself and gotten all these topic suggestions. And I believe that as we're doing it come August, because we're going to do it by God's grace, more ideas are going to flow, more suggestions are going to flow, and we will be able to happily come to the end of August in a month's time and say, well done. So yeah, I'm going to give myself a pat on the back tomorrow. Maybe treat myself to some takeaway for actually being able to do back-to-back live stream. Gold Coast Beauty saying you will go beyond summer. Oh my goodness. You might be right though, because I'm thinking in my mind, why wouldn't I want to do this? Honestly, when I think about my channel, I'm just thinking, actually, what does it cost me to do it? Not much. So I might actually love it that much, and that becomes what I do on my channel. I just come and sit down and I'm just like, so what are we talking about today? Because I've been worried about freestyling on my channel, which is the reason why I haven't done a lot of live stream, because I thought if I freestyle it, I might run out of something to say. I don't know. I just feel like freestyling is a bit of a risk. And then yesterday in the shower before I did my live, I was just saying to the Holy Spirit, what am I going to say? And he was like, since when did you start wondering what you're ever going to say? And I was like, okay. The Bible says that when it's time to speak, you'll be given. And that's how we ended up from me saying, what am I going to say? I just knew that there was a topic on my mind and I just wanted to talk about whatever. And ooh, and then we landed here. Mondays with Coach Viv, Monday Motivation. Oh my God, I'm going to add that. Oh, Good Cause BT, you're just throwing it out tonight, man. Okay. According to one of my fellow YouTubers. Okay. Mondays with Coach Viv. Do you know, I've been wondering whether I want to bring my coaching as such. I know I do, what's it called? I do Ask Viv on my channel. So I bring my coaching mindset. And I don't know whether I want to bring it to my channel, but you never know. I might bring it more. And yeah, you need your bed. Girl, you deserve that bed. Go and hug. Like when I go into a shower now and heat my bed, I'm going to sleep so well because I've had fun. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, somebody else has just joined. This is not going to end tonight, is it? Gold Coast Beauty, go and heat that bed. I am about to go and have a shower. Banker, thank you very much. Elizabeth, thank you very much. Somebody else has joined. I don't know who you are. Say hello and tell me your name so that I can know. Because somebody else, I've just noticed that somebody else has just joined. And I think you'd be rude if I just try and sign out. So yes. Thank you so much. It's been fun. Somebody else has just joined. Please identify yourself. Don't leave us thinking. Don't leave us thinking. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining tonight. No, thank you. Thank you for making it fun. Thank you for all your suggestions. Thank you for all your suggestions. Thank you all so very much. Like I never expected it, as they say. I never expected it. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone. Stay blessed. Thank you. 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 Thank you all so much. You have all been amazing. So what I'm gonna do is good night. I'm gonna put myself on mute. And when I'm ready to shut down for the night, I'll come back and turn this off. So thank you all so much. Let me do my sign out. So thank you so much, guys, for watching. Please remember to like, subscribe, give this video a thumbs up, share with your friends, your grandma, your neighbor, your dog, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye-bye. So I'm going to put this on mute and I'll come back and shut down properly. Okay? Thank you, guys.